Chapter 1135. Chen Guang rubbed his temples calmly. He used soul snatching on Schultz for too long just now. In order to achieve a better effect, he used too much strength. In this world, anything that involved the human heart was not simple. The cultivation method at the level of the mind was indeed extraordinary. The soul-snatching spell consumed a lot of the caster's body. No wonder Liuli was always reluctant when Chen Guang wanted to enjoy the help of Liuli's god-level hypnosis. Letting her use this move once was equivalent to taking her life. In the past, Chen Guang always felt that Liuli was bragging when she said that using this trick consumed a lot of divine power. After all, there were hypnosis masters on Earth. At least he often saw them on the internet. Moreover, Liuli had a precedent of being lazy and tricking people. It was just that later, Chen Guang mastered the forced PY transaction himself, so he didn't need Liuli's god-level hypnosis so much. He gradually didn't count on it anymore. Finally, now that he tried the soul snatching with a similar effect, he knew that it was really costly to tempt people. The forced PY transaction of the heavenly Holy Grail was always successful, but it was the power of the Holy Grail after all. God knew how much energy the Holy Grail consumed every time it created a world in a cup, which was equivalent to recreating a world. The same thing would be completely different if it was done by manpower, or Liuli, who had limited abilities. Human science had been developing until now, and more diseases had been conquered. But there was no way to deal with psychological diseases. The theory of brainwaves, telepathy, and the soul was still metaphysical, and it still couldn't be explained by scientific methods. There were still countless controversies and conjectures about the theory of the development of the human brain. There were rumors that the average development of the human brain was only about 10%. If it could reach 20%, or 34%, 80%, 90%, or even 100%, it was beyond imagination to what extent the human brain, spirit, and even the level of thinking could reach. Countless people speculated in their hearts that if the human brain could run at full capacity like the CPU of a computer, what kind of incredible ability would it have? There was only one reason for such speculation. The brain and the thinking level were too profound and complex. Some scientists believed that the so-called 90% of the human brain might not be completely asleep, but it was still continuously releasing bioelectricity. It was just that the degree and activity of the bioelectricity was not as high as the other 10%. From a biological point of view, the 10% theory might not be completely accurate. However, from the perspective of mental power, and from the extent of development of mental power by inner force martial artists such as Chen Guang, the potential of human mental power was indeed limitless. But there was also a new problem. Just like when we use a computer, a small CPU and graphics chip takes up more than 90% of the computer's power consumption, and so on. The high-speed operation of the brain also puts a huge burden on the human body. When the human brain was operating at high speed, it consumed the energy in the human body, namely adenosine triphosphate, which was obtained from the decomposition of glucose, at an extremely fast rate. The brain only took up 2% of a human's body weight, but it consumed 20% of oxygen and 75% of the blood sugar stored in the liver. The most obvious example was that when an ordinary person emptied their brain or slept for an entire afternoon, they would not feel particularly hungry even if it was between lunch and dinner. However, if this ordinary person was a senior high school student, after eating lunch and entering the college entrance examination room, he would feel hungry the moment he walked out of the examination room after a short 2 hours of intense thinking. There were many similar phenomena, which often occurred in all aspects of ordinary people's work and studies. The reason was that the brain consumed too much energy. Therefore, if all parts of the brain, or even more parts, were to operate at full speed, the energy consumption should increase linearly. It was very likely that the lunch that a person had just eaten would be wasted in a few minutes. In addition, the process of high-speed energy transmission would also bring great pressure to the human body's blood and other functions. It was like asking an ordinary car that costs more than 100,000 yuan to run for a long time to 200 kilometers per hour. Even if the fuel could keep up, the load limit of the machine would be exceeded, and the car would overturn. It was also like using an old computer with the copy software on for a long time. After a long time, it would either blue screen, burn the north-south bridge, or directly burn the CPU. There would always be something burning. Chen Guang used to be an ordinary person, but now he was no longer ordinary. He was the world's strongest internal force martial artist, and he had the peerless divine ability to actively develop mental power. This so-called mental power development, in essence, was actually his own brain operating at a level that exceeded the limits of ordinary people, creating psychological pressure on the other party from the mental level, and thus changing the other party's thinking. Although Chen Guang couldn't find a scientific theory to give him a reasonable explanation for the so-called spiritual plane, and Liuli had never talked about it with him, either. However, Chen Guang often wondered if this was the brain waves released after his brain operated at high speed, which could affect other people's brains. Or could it be the so-called invasion of the biological magnetic field? Now that his body was strong enough, when he used the soul-snatching art, he not only consumed the food in his stomach, but also the internal force in his dantian, and the mental power accumulated in his brain from practicing the true martial divine art. This method of accumulating spiritual energy was extremely bizarre, and even Chen Guang couldn't give an explanation for it. Even if he had learned 400,000 martial arts, he still couldn't explain it. He knew that these things were stored in his brain like seawater, and he could use them when needed, but he did not know the principle behind it, and could only treat himself as a rechargeable lithium battery. First, he used the true martial divine art to store energy, and then released it like a battery discharging. As for the changes that happened to his body, he did not know why. This was something that had always bothered Chen Guang. This was the real reason why he was willing to let Tang Ying study his genes. When he was weak, he was very selfish in order to protect himself. However, ever since he became the #1 martial artist in history, Chen Guang had a lot less scruples, and he was willing to let others try to explore his secrets. As Tang Ying said, if he could do something for the evolution of the entire human race by studying himself, Chen Guang felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It was easy to say, but if it was anyone else, even if they had a little bit of selfishness, they would never be as generous as he was. Chen Guang felt that no matter what the future held, no matter how high he could stand after he became the owner of the Holy Grail, and no matter if he could really survive the Holy Grail's test forever, he was still alive, and he would do as much as he could. Now that he had such power and stood at such a high level, he should do more. Even if he died in the 3,000 worlds of trials, he would not have too many regrets if he could leave something for the world before he died. This was the reason why Chen Guang was trying to get involved in the environmental protection industry, and also why he wanted to eliminate racial discrimination and improve the status of the Chinese people through the American Airlines incident. He never flaunted his greatness, and sometimes even seemed childish. However, unknowingly, some of the things he did according to his heart had slowly become truly great. It was just that many people could not understand, and would never be able to understand the height of his thinking. Just like this time, many people would probably secretly say that he was narrow-minded, making a mountain out of a molehill, and unreasonable, saying that he was just taking the opportunity to extort a sum of money from American Airlines. However, what was particularly awkward about Chen Guang was that although he had a good reputation, he did not like to explain it to others. Perhaps, even he himself did not know what kind of height he was standing at. He was still immersed in his own deceit. After all, in a sense, it was because of him that the whole world, the whole universe, was about to be dragged down with him. He was also carrying a huge debt of faith points that he could not pay back at all. He was busy trying to survive, and in the process, he tried to do as much as he could. He did not want to admit his fear, but in fact he hoped that if he failed, he, Chen Guang, would not have come to this world for nothing. He did not acknowledge the worldview of those old men, like Lin Jingwei's grandfather. Those people's theory of ruling a country was like being a chef did not fit his personality. He had his own worldview. He was trying to make the world a better place through his own hands and power. Now, there were signs that things were going to get worse, But this was not something he could control. He could only brace himself and wait for that day to come, and before that, quickly make himself stronger. Passing the world within a cup would make him stronger. Obtaining a divine statue would make him stronger. Increasing the production of faith would also make him stronger. Continuously absorbing the earth elemental energy, floating in the air, would also make him stronger. Doing some things to increase his reputation in the world, or even simply paying off his faith debt, were all ways for him to become stronger. In this aspect, it had to be said that Lin Jingwei had an inconceivable vision and passion. He knew Qin Guang's personality too well. To put it simply, the more capable he was, the more he wanted to do for the world. This could be said to be stupid or childish, but it was also the most charming part of Qin Guang. Like this time, in order to give Mei Zhonghong a head-on blow, he even used a move that he had never used on anyone before. With his current skills and realm, using it on an ordinary person once already made him feel as though his brain had been hollowed out. This feeling was like a person who had no tolerance for alcohol, but had drunk 2 tails of wine. Mother, I'm going to complain. Those hypnotists on television are all F***king liars. They're all liars. In fact, Qin Guang had misunderstood hypnosis. Real hypnosis basically led the subject into a state of self-hypnosis, through a long period of psychological suggestion, slowly awakening the inner consciousness under the surface consciousness, and then achieving the effect of a strong illusion. However, Qin Guang and Lu Li's God-level hypnosis was very simple and crude in nature. Through super strong mental pressure, they could forcibly influence the thoughts of others for a short period of time. This was essentially different from real hypnosis. How's it going? What's wrong? Are you okay? Seeing Qin Guang walk back unsteadily, Tang Ying was shocked when she saw Qin Guang's pale face and asked hurriedly. Qin Guang waved his hand. I'm fine. Let's get on the plane and get ready to go back. I'm a little tired. 10 minutes later, the moment they got on the plane, Qin Guang tilted his head and fell asleep on Tang Ying's shoulder. There were no other passengers in the cabin of the plane. After delivering coffee and lunch to Qin Guang, the flight attendants of China Airlines restrained the impulse to ask him for his autograph when they saw that Qin Guang was resting. Thus, they turned around and left silently, leaving the entire cabin to Qin Guang and Lu Li. On the other side, after returning to the Los Angeles headquarters of his firm, Donder decided to directly release the video of Schultz that he had recorded before. Since Qin Guang didn't want to negotiate and only wanted to go to court. In that case, there was no need to hide this most important piece of evidence. If he directly released it, he would have an overwhelming advantage in public opinion and give Mei Zhonghong a fatal blow. That night, with the announcement and crazy dissemination of this video, Mei Zhonghong suffered the most serious head-on blow in its history. Today, after the news broke out in the afternoon, the stock of American Airlines experienced a brief plunge. It almost fell to the trading limit of the stock market. Undoubtedly, when the Nasdaq stock market reopened tomorrow morning, Mei Zhonghong's stock would fall to the trading halt in a few minutes. A listed company was stripped of its skin and thrown into a naked scandal. God knew how many days Mei Zhonghong's stock would fall. In this video, almost every point that the CEO of Mei Zhonghong had resisted was completely refuted. That's right, it wasn't oversold. It was their own employee who wanted to take a plane and decided to do so on a whim. Their random selection was too high-end. It was just a child's play. This was outright racial discrimination. He even said that killing some lowly inferior human beings can help improve the quality of human beings, which was an unforgivable crime. He had even done such a thing. He was simply a devil in a suit and tie. Such an extreme racist was a senior member of your company, and his father was a member of the board of directors. Without an even more extreme father, how could such a crazy son be raised? You didn't just discriminate, you even tried to kill. Your company was standing on the opposite side of all human beings. That night, the unprecedented national boycott came so abruptly. Schultz's terrible remarks were even unacceptable to Europeans and Americans. Not to mention the Asians who had been discriminated against in Europe and the United States for many years, especially in the face of the airlines. Of course, the black people, who were becoming more and more influential in America, wouldn't let them go. This situation caught everyone in Meizhonghong by surprise. The CEO of Meizhonghong tried frantically to contact Chen Guang, but he couldn't get through. He then contacted Donder, but Donder still didn't show any signs of negotiation. Idiot! This was a problem that could have been solved in private, but because of your arrogance, it caused this unmanageable outcome. You could have just apologized to the Chinese people. Now it's over, it's all over. Schultz, your son is a devil. He must pay the price, and you must pay the price too. At the board meeting that was held that night, the CEO was scolded by the board of directors. Old Schultz was in a miserable situation, and he didn't know what to do. But Chen Guang didn't care how his decision would affect Meizhonghong. He was still lying on the plane, leaning on Tang Ying's thigh and sleeping soundly. In fact, his current position was a bit awkward, and it was certainly not as comfortable as lying down on the chair. But if he let go of this legitimate opportunity to take advantage of Tang Ying, then he wouldn't be Chen Guang. At this time, he was sleeping soundly. He didn't know that the outside world was shaking violently because of this night's uproar. And some unexpected changes had taken place. Outside, with a series of disturbances, dozens of videos of Chen Guang catching bullets with his bare hands once again swept the world. Previously, the other passengers on the plane had recorded the process of him catching bullets with his bare hands from various angles. Because everything happened too fast, ordinary mobile phones couldn't capture the whole process as clearly as high-speed cameras. But the scene of the bullet's complete deformation was extremely clear. Countless people kept speculating in their hearts. What kind of a pair of fingers could actually clamp a Glock bullet so tightly? How fast did Chen Guang's reaction speed have to be able to catch the bullet in such an awkward position at that critical moment? Is he still human? In just a few hours, Chen Guang's name, and his two invincible fingers of God, which made many women go crazy, completely blew up the screen and attracted the attention of everyone in the world. Because of this incident, the number of people who knew Chen Guang's name instantly multiplied from 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. The exact number couldn't be calculated, but it didn't matter. Regardless of whether it was in Huaxia or abroad, as long as there was the internet or television news, anyone could tell that there was a Huaxia person called Chen Guang. Eliminating discrimination might still be a long-term problem in the world, but it was precisely because of the heavy responsibility that this matter had become politically correct in the world. For a long time, Chen Guang had been accumulating his own fame, proving himself in various fields, and gaining more people's recognition. He had been accumulating his fame bit by bit, waiting for the day when he would become famous. Now, because of this crazy Olympiad that attracted the attention of the world, and that he had succeeded a few months earlier, his name had resounded in the sky again and again. Now that the god of acting was done, he did something else that attracted the attention of the world without stopping. People were always good at forgetting, just like stars were always outdated. But at least today, in these few hours, Chen Guang's fame had reached its peak. In Los Angeles, outside the Huaxia Theater in Hollywood, and outside the Baroque building of the Motion Picture Association, numerous people of Chinese, Asian, and even Black and Native American descent had spontaneously come to the square under the cover of night. Not only were they supporting Chen Guang, but they're also protesting against American Airlines. At the same time, they're also making use of this opportunity to cry out for the discrimination that they've suffered over the years. Standing under the newly completed bronze statue of Chen Guang, they raised their arms high and shouted his name. They loudly repeated what Chen Guang had said to Donder, the lawyer, and what Donder had said at the press conference just now. May people of all colors be treated fairly. May all the unfairness in the world become fair. Standing in front of the bronze statue of Chen Guang, which represented the end of acting, people who had suffered discrimination and indifference in life had unknowingly become fanatics with this fanatical atmosphere. Light green threads of faith value shot up into the sky in front of Chen Guang's bronze statue, flying straight to the sky and toward the flight of China Airlines that was flying in the sky. The integration of the real world and the real world was still advancing at a stable speed. and the power of the Holy Grail that filled the whole world had never stopped growing stronger. At this moment, in the depths of the distant and boundless universe, a loud sound like glass breaking penetrated the endless void. A crack slowly opened, and a beam of light that was countless times hotter than the sun was emitted from the edge of the crack. If anyone could stand outside the universe and look at this universe that looked like a duck's egg, they would clearly see that it trembled at this moment. Chapter 1136. This shock was too sudden, too violent. For Chen Guang, perhaps the moment he opens his eyes again, the entire world will become unfamiliar. But for other people in this world, they won't notice anything at all. Just like a fish kept in a fish tank, the fish tank has been moved from the living room to the bedroom, but the fish doesn't notice anything at all. Humans laugh at fish for only having 7 seconds of memory, but they don't know that their so-called long lives may not even be as long as 7 seconds in the eyes of the gods. Or in other words, all living creatures in the universe are like fish in a fish tank. The universe was like a huge fish tank. Chen Guang used to sympathize with the ordinary people in the transient sea. They will forever live in the hopeless cage of the transient sea created by the Transcendent's Holy Grail. But because the realm of transient sea's own laws were not perfect, those who became Sea Emperor-level powerhouses in the transient sea would realize that their world was a cage and would want to break free. But Chen Guang's reality is different. Furthermore, the level of the real world that is fusing with the real world is higher than the transient sea. Simply put, the transient sea is only the 8th level of the Transcendent's Holy Grail, while the real world is one of the highest level special worlds in the Transcendent's Holy Grail. Its rules and worldview are perfect, even flawless, unlike the transient sea which has many loopholes. Therefore, in the current universe, other than Chen Guang who already knows the answer, no other person or creature, no matter how advanced their technology is, no matter how powerful they are, they can't become the fish that jumps out of the fish tank. Even if they understand this, they will never be able to find the answer, let alone prove that this matter is correct. How can a person in eternal darkness prove the principle of refraction of light? In the transient sea, because of the loopholes and imperfections of the world's rules, perhaps 1 or 2 beams of light from the outside world will occasionally be captured by Ocean Emperor-level powerhouses, causing them to doubt their own world. But in the real universe, it is truly eternal darkness. People in the real world are like this. They won't notice anything. They will only feel that everything is as it is. Or perhaps they can use their imagination to speculate, but they will never be able to find scientific support and proof. They couldn't prove their own existence, but they couldn't deny the truth of themselves either. At this moment, Chen Guang's real world had become the fish tank that had been moved from the living room to the bedroom. The laws of the 2 planes merging had silently changed everything, from the past to the present, and then to the future, including the memories of all sentient beings in this world. Humans simply could not deny themselves. Just like the ancients, if you tried to explain to them that the earth was spherical, and that the earth revolved around the sun, they would think that you were crazy. Chen Guang, who was quietly lying in the first-class cabin of Huaxia Airlines Flight CA97832, knew nothing about what was happening outside. At this moment, he was immersed in an extremely deep sleep that he hadn't enjoyed for a long time. He didn't know what was going on, nor did he know what was going on. But his deep sleep wasn't sweet. He sometimes frowned, sometimes struggled, and when it was serious, he even unconsciously clawed and scratched. Fortunately, deep in his sleep, he subconsciously knew that he wasn't in danger, so he didn't circulate his internal energy in a state of unconscious. Nor did he deliberately increase his strength, so he didn't cause too much trouble to Tang Ying, who was still leaning on his thigh. It was just that this kid's hand would occasionally touch something that shouldn't be touched, causing Tang Ying to blush, a little embarrassed. Fortunately, this was a private plane for the 2 of them, and there were no other passengers in the first-class cabin. If other people saw this, they would think that the 2 of them were unable to control themselves, regardless of the occasion and place, doing some shameful things. Tang Ying blushed and slapped away Chen Guang's devil's claw that was desperately rubbing his C-cup, and secretly cursed. "You bastard. Are you pretending to be asleep, or are you really asleep? Can you be more obedient with that hand of yours? Chen Guang didn't move, but continued to smack his lips, and fell into a temporary silence. Seeing him like this, Tang Ying sighed. Forget it, I forgive you. You're probably too tired, aren't you? I can't believe that a kid like you has such a weak side. You also have nightmares. Although psychology wasn't Tang Ying's specialty, she had more or less learned a little in Morelands. At this time, Chen Guang's behavior was reflected in pathology, but it was a sign that he was in a deep sleep, and he was probably still dreaming, and it wasn't a good dream. In the past, Tang Ying thought that Chen Guang's heart was made of iron, but now, it was a rare eye-opener, and she consciously discovered his weakness. But this was good, because it showed that no matter how high his status became, or how famous he became, he was still the same guy in the past. Tang Ying lowered her head to look at Chen Guang's face on her thigh, and her mind was momentarily at a loss. Time flew, and her memory seemed to have returned to the first day she met this kid. That day, she was drunk, and only vaguely remembered that she seemed to have slapped him, called him a stinky pervert, and scolded him for trying to molest her. Actually, she had completely forgotten about it. At that time, he was clearly booking a car online, and she was the one who called for his car. I think I even vomited in his car. That kid Chen Guang must have been furious at that time, right? She really didn't expect that just a chance encounter would bring her to meet such an extraordinary man. Fate was really too wonderful for words. There were countless coincidences in life, but 99% of them could only be passers-by. Every 10,000 coincidences, there would only be one acquaintance, and every 100 acquaintances, there would only be one friend. Out of 100 ordinary friends, only one could become a bosom friend. To be able to meet this kid, Chen Guang, was really 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Tang Ying's face still hung a warm smile, and her eyes were filled with warmth. It was obvious that she was thinking that even if there was no real possibility between her and Chen Guang, to be able to become a companion in scientific research and in the journey of life, wasn't it a kind of happiness? But the words that she was muttering in her heart were indeed 8 lifetimes of bad luck. What was even more unbelievable was that at that moment, the black business suit that she was originally wearing today had suddenly turned into a loose white dress without any warning. This change was simply seamless and unimaginable. She didn't even realize that there was nothing strange about it at all. However, this wasn't the only change. Tang Ying's originally perky C-cup chest had now become Mount Everest. That's right, the legendary F-cup had appeared on her body. For a normal woman to suddenly change from a C-cup to an F-cup, how would she react? Crazy? Screaming? Terrified? Ecstatic? Suddenly oppressed to the point where it was difficult to breathe? No, none of the above had happened. She was still as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. Tang Ying was still looking at Chen Guang's face as she muttered to herself, "Chen Guang, what are you thinking about, chick?" As she spoke, Chen Guang finally opened his eyes slowly. He was in a daze for a few seconds before he abruptly sat up straight and shook his head frantically. Chen Guang's face was pale. He had just had a super scary nightmare. It was simply unimaginable and made him feel like he was on the verge of breaking down. He had dreamt China had become the world's most powerful country. It had become his impression of America, the world's policeman who interfered with the political ecology of other countries. Well, this was a good thing. However, the thing that Chen Guang couldn't accept the most were the other small things. That's right, it was the small things that were everywhere in life. For example, he was clearly in the first-class cabin, but the ticket stated that he was in the luggage compartment. The first-class cabin had become the luggage compartment, and the real luggage compartment, of course, didn't have a ticket, but the flight attendant said that it was the first-class cabin. But this wasn't enough for him to break down. Driving in China had become driving on the left, while the steering wheel in China was on the right. Men weren't called Mr., but Miss or Sister. Day wasn't called day but night. The sun wasn't called sun, but moon. Oh right, on the plane that he was on now, the plane was called a train, and the ticket wasn't a plane ticket, but a train ticket. Basically, all the antonyms that could be thought of in life had become the opposite. Everything that could be reversed in life was turned into another concept. In Chen Guang's nightmare, his dad, Chen Guoli, corrected him with a serious face. "Silly girl, are you crazy? This is the first time I'm warning you. Don't call me dad, call me mom. Really, you're getting smarter as you live. You can't even differentiate between a man and a woman?" Well, that first time actually meant the last time. Chen Guang felt like he was about to break down. Then, he ran into Wenwen in the nightmare and was dragged into an internet cafe by Wenwen. She actually made him play LOL and not Dota. She even said that although there were many people playing such a rubbish game like Dota, the Chinese teams had long been beaten up by the Koreans internationally. People with faith would play LOL. LOL was China's way of fighting the world. Chen Guang felt like he was about to break down. Then, he woke up from the nightmare with sweat all over his head, feeling that everything was too terrifying. This nightmare was too real. But when everyone in the dream was faced with something that he couldn't accept or even think was inconceivable, their reactions were so logical. It seemed like he was the one who had gone crazy. Chen Guang had imagined countless situations that he might face after the real world, and the real world completely merged. But even if the sky was about to fall, since it was his own fault, he had no intention of running away. He only wanted to use his own strength to face it bravely. But if it became such a world, it meant that the worldview that he had cultivated since he was young would be reversed. God knows how difficult it would be to keep up with others again, and how awkward it would be for him to live. That scene, just thinking about it made him so disgusted that he wanted to hang himself to death. Oh right, there was one more thing that was especially scary. Sister Tang Ying, who was a standard C cup, had actually become the scary F cup, the size of a basketball. Well, a basketball was exaggerated, but it was similar to a slightly inflated volleyball. In short, it was terrifying. Chen Guang recalled that terrifying scene again, then shook his head violently, trying to wake himself up completely so that he could escape from the nightmare as soon as possible. As a man, although he liked big ones, the F cup was a little too big. "Chen Guang, you stinky girl. What were you thinking about when you were awake just now? Look at how calm you are." Tang Ying turned her head from the side, looking at him with a puzzled expression as she asked. Chen Guang was oblivious and waved his hand. "No, nothing, Sister Tang Ying." "Wait a minute." Chen Guang suddenly froze, feeling that there was something wrong with Tang Ying's words. "Chen Guang, you little girl. When you were awake, what were you thinking about?" Calm and collected. Poor Master Guang swallowed hard, his brain going through a few twists and turns before he could completely digest Tang Ying's words. Let me calm down and translate. What Sister Tang Ying said should be, "Chen Guang, you stinky brat. What did you dream about when you were asleep just now? Look at how scared you were." That should be it. What was the scariest thing in the world? It was like having an unimaginable nightmare. And when he woke up, he found that the nightmare had become a reality. At this moment, Chen Guang's feelings could be summed up in 3 words. That could only be it. F***ck me. With his last hope, Chen Guang looked at Tang Ying anxiously. "Sister Tang Ying, what did you just say? Please say it again." Then he despaired. On one hand, Tang Ying slapped him hard on the head, angrily rebuking. "You're awake now, aren't you? Call me Brother Tang Ying. I'm such a handsome young man. Don't you feel disgusted if you call me Sister Tang Ying? Wake up your ass, you're clearly in a daze from sleep." "No, I'm not in a daze either. I'm very awake now. I've never been this awake in my life." On the other hand, Chen Guang saw the 2 terrifying F-cups the size of papayas, swaying in front of her chest when Tang Ying slapped him. She really became an F-cup. Oh right. The black suit she was wearing previously had now turned into a white dress. Chen Guang despaired. What I just had wasn't a dream. It was all F***king real. He silently covered his face, then turned his head to look out of the cabin window beside him, concentrating a little to communicate with the outside world. At this moment, he finally realized that the power of the Holy Grail between heaven and earth was at least several times denser than before he fell asleep. Through the Holy Grail, he felt the chaotic rules and conditions of heaven and earth. Finally, Chen Guang was certain of this cruel reality, although he didn't know what exactly happened, nor did he know the reason or principle behind it. But in the short 2 to 3 hours he was sleeping on the plane, the world had changed. Oh, that's not right. It shouldn't be on the plane. It should be on the train or the air-breathing car. F***ck, I'm about to break down. What's with this antonym? Everything has been reversed. It's completely messed up. This world has become completely foreign to me. No, the world is still the world I'm familiar with. But I'm the only one who's F***king on the opposite side of the world. Others definitely won't notice anything wrong. So in the eyes of others, I'm the only one who's sober. No, it should be the only one who's sober? F***ck. I'm really going crazy. Chen Guang couldn't help but stare straight at Tang Ying's F-cup, then yelled, F***ck. I'm going crazy. Tang Ying was startled by his furious expression. Chen Chick, why are you suddenly so happy? Don't be like that, forget it. Just call me Sister Tang Ying, really. Chen Guang's face was covered in tears. I'm happy, I'm angry. You're all over my face. Brother Tang. I'm not angry, oh no, I'm not happy. I'm just too confused. Oh no, too awake. Chen Guang turned his face away fiercely, feeling that he could barely speak. I want to die. Oh no, according to the current concept, I just want to live. So F***king crazy. At this moment, the flight attendant heard Chen Guang shout and quickly walked out from behind the curtain. Miss Chen, what's wrong? Do you need any help? Chen Guang silently pushed his hands. That's right, I need help. No, I need help. Forget it, don't talk to me. I just want to be quiet. Don't ask me who I am, it's now. On the other side, Tang Ying tried to smooth things over for Chen Guang with a smile. There's something. Chen Chick just woke up, she's a little dizzy. Chen Guang didn't want to speak at all, nor could he. The flight attendant looked at Chen Guang again. Is that so? Then Miss Chen, do you need a cup of coffee? Chen Guang also felt that he needed to drink water to calm himself down. He took out his cup and handed it to the flight attendant. Help me, no, don't give it to me. Anyway, 1 cup. Pour it out of my cup. I don't want coffee. I want. Forget it, give me some tea. No tea. Anyway, tea. The female flight attendant looked at Chen Guang with a completely confused look. Oh, Tang Ying also felt that Chen Guang was very awkward. Forget it, don't ignore him. Give me a cup of cappuccino. Looking at the back of the female flight attendant turning away, Chen Guang was confused. Cappuccino tea? Chapter 1137. When he saw the cup of top-grade Nanshan tea in front of him, Chen Guang knew that he was finished. His life was finished. Forget it. I'd better reserve a place in number 9 of the Heavenly Palace and live alone in outer space from now on. Chen Guang was utterly disheartened and complained to himself. Then, he took his top-grade Nanshan tea from the female flight attendant and set his eyes on Tang Ying's cappuccino. He also had a bad mouth, so he subconsciously said, "Thank you very much." Unexpectedly, the girl's expression changed in an instant. Then, she glanced at him with very angry and incomprehensible eyes. Then, she snorted and turned away angrily, silently looking at the girl's back. Chen Guang had no strength to complain at all. Perhaps in this messed up world, thank you was a very offensive word, right? Maybe it's equivalent to F***ck your mother's hair oil or something. So the girl was very angry. In a sense, her anger was very reasonable. If it was her who had done a good service for you, but was inexplicably scolded to her face, of course, she would also be angry. But I'm really innocent. What else could Chen Guang do but shrug helplessly? The female flight attendant left. Tang Ying also looked at Chen Guang in surprise, as if she also couldn't understand why. Chen Guang was really not in the mood to explain to her. He always felt that in this state where he was completely out of sync with the whole world, the more he explained to Tang Ying, the more awkward it would be. Therefore, Chen Guang simply stopped talking. He just nodded with a wry smile and said nothing. Yes, he had learned from his mistakes, so he didn't dare to shake his head anymore. Instead, he just chose to nod. Nodding should probably mean no. Thanks to the power of the first-class cabin of the Air China plane. Oh no. It should be the power of the luggage compartment. Chen Guang tilted his head slightly and leaned against the back of the chair. He looked sleepy and didn't want to talk. It was not that he didn't want to talk to Tang Ying, but his heart was too uncomfortable. He felt that he had completely lost the ability to communicate and express himself. When he thought about how he had to call her brother Tang, and how he would be called Chick Chin, Chen Guang wanted to strangle himself again. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain the urge to jump out of the plane. Seeing that he seemed to be in a really bad mood, Tang Ying didn't blame him. Although she didn't understand why Chen Guang praised the lucky female flight attendant for no reason. Who in the world didn't have a short-circuited brain and bad temper? Chen Guang finally got a short break. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the sign above the luggage compartment for a long time. It clearly wrote this sentence: during turbulent travel, use of Wi-Fi and other electronic devices is prohibited outside the luggage compartment of this train. Chen Guang sneakily turned his head to look at the strange white dress Tang Ying was wearing for a long time. Finally, he mustered up the courage to reorganize his words and said, "Brother Tang, cell phones are not allowed on the bus? I can't. This is the oldest rule of the high-speed railway company. How did you know?" Seeing that he was finally willing to talk, Tang Ying smiled and shook her head. Then, under the painful gaze of Chen Guang, she took out her cell phone and turned it on. Chen Guang was so touched that he almost cried. "Thank God that you didn't cry and say no to me." In addition, Sister Tang Ying's real meaning was that she was surprised that he didn't know? Forget it, the more I say, the more mistakes I'll make. My stomach hurts a little. Anyway, I can use my cell phone. It's fine as long as this matter is clear. Not daring to speak any further, Chen Guang took out his popcorn phone and decided not to open his mouth for now. He wanted to look at some things in this chaotic world. What can I do? Although it's painful, I still have to find a way to coordinate and synchronize. Looking at his own boot screen, Chen Guang heard his own phone's shut-down ringtone. Damn it, how boring is this broken cup? This bad luck. Okay, how bad is this lucky real world? You can't even let go of my phone's ringtone. When he saw the name of the app on the phone, he was so angry that he laughed. Chen Guang pinched his nose and opened Tencent Old News, resisting the urge to beat someone up. By the way, next to Tencent Old News, the app he often looked at had also become Zhongdian foreign language website, My Portuguese Chinese. 10 minutes later, Chen Guang finally broke down. You may not believe it, but I really want to synchronize with this world. But it's 2F** king difficult. He threw his cell phone aside and looked like he had nothing left to live for. You really can't blame him for having weak willpower. Looking at the screen, he could recognize every single word on the screen. But when they were combined into one sentence, his brain was about to go haywire. His Chinese was slightly better, but it was only the order and meaning that was messed up. He tried to look at the Latin news, but this time, he felt that he shouldn't call himself the #1 language master in history, but the #1 retard in history. Damn, who the hell wants to recognize these foreign languages whose alphabetical order is reversed? Tang Ying saw that he didn't feel right, and his whole body was uncomfortable. She couldn't help but turn around and pat his shoulder. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Chen Guang wanted to nod, but immediately reacted and shook his head. I'm fine. Tang Ying looked like she couldn't understand. She couldn't figure out what was happening to Chen Guang. Forget it. Are you thinking about healthy things in your brain? He didn't know what Tang Ying's mind was thinking about. Maybe Chen Guang's abnormal behavior was taken as some kind of very strange hint. Tang Ying even felt that his personality had become grumpy, perhaps because his hints were not being responded to. At this moment, how could Chen Guang be thinking about something healthy or unhealthy, as Tang Ying had imagined? This time, he forgot again and shook his head violently. No. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Guang saw Tang Ying's immediately seductive expression and knew that he was in trouble. She seemed to have completely misunderstood him. Sure enough, Tang Ying suddenly glanced at the flight attendant's lounge like a thief. Then, she bashfully leaned against him, as if she was enjoying the thrill, and said, Slow down. Chen Guang, who was tragically ambushed, stiffened. He didn't know how to deal with the situation at all. He forced himself to calm down and think about it. It was obvious that Brother Tang had been buffed by the double research mode and bold and unrestrained mode. Alright, Now that he thought about it, he was on a plane. If he could take a sample, it would be pretty cool. With his keen senses as the strongest martial artist in history, he should be able to guard against the flight attendants without worrying about being seen through. As for the camera over there, it wouldn't be too much of a problem under the cover of the luggage compartment. However, there was one thing that he couldn't be sure of. If the whole world had been turned upside down, then the question was, should he take a sample from Brother Tang? Or should Brother Tang take a sample from him? Chen Guang was hesitating whether to take off his pants or not. On the other side, Tang Ying had inexplicably dug out a jar from her bag. That's right, it was a jar. And it was from Chen Guang's own bag. When Chen Guang saw this scene, he immediately understood what was going on. Damn, the Heavenly Holy Grail was really boring. Not only did it not let go of his ringtone, it even forcefully reversed the identity between him and Brother Tang. She had become the guinea pig to be sampled, and he had replaced her identity as the biomedical scientist who was going to take a sample from her body. Although Xian didn't know if the Holy Grail and their identities in the outside world had been reversed, at this moment, Xian swiftly pulled up her long skirt and pushed her underwear beneath her high heels. Then she picked it up and stuffed it under her buttocks. She then turned to look at Xian with an excited and expectant expression, saying, "Slow down. Don't come." Seeing Tang Ying, Chen Guang really couldn't say a word. As Tang Ying spoke, she slightly spread her legs, took out the jar from his bag, and placed it under her body. "Brother Tang." As Tang Ying spoke, she still glanced at the flight attendant's lounge with a sneaky look. "Slow down. Such a bad opportunity, isn't it not cool? Didn't you say you didn't want to use my sample?" Chen Guang decided to shut her up. "Forget it, I can't listen to her anymore. I'll let her sleep first. I really want to knock her out or knock myself out." He silently turned around. No one could resist Chen Guang's God's finger, which could catch bullets. Even he couldn't, let alone Brother Tang. About 20 minutes later, Tang Ying's face was flushed, and she fell into great satisfaction. She leaned her head on his shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. With a stiff face, Chen Guang covered the jar in front of him again, and then put it back into his bag. Then, he personally helped her put on her underwear. Just like that, she was supposed to take a sample from his body, but it became him taking a sample from her body. Well, these things are no longer important. What's important is that I can finally rest my head for a short while. On this plane, well, on the train, it was less than an hour, but for Chen Guang, it was like half a century of torture. Looking at Tang Ying, who was sleeping soundly, Chen Guang let out a long sigh of relief. He was so tired. Right now, he didn't want to communicate with anyone, and he didn't want to come into contact with any information from the outside world. He just wanted to seal himself up. He really hoped that this was just a dream, a terrible nightmare. But this nightmare was too real, too scary. Chen Guang also leaned his head on Tang Ying's head and gently placed his hand on Brother Tang's F-cup. This touch, it can't be fake. He pinched his thigh fiercely again. It really hurt. This really isn't a dream. This is too scary. How am I going to live the rest of my life? Chen Guang's mind was filled with confusion, and then he also closed his eyes. He didn't have a good rest because of the soul-snatching spell, and now after a short rest, he was even more tortured. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. Perhaps it was for the purpose of self-protection, but his subconscious was like self-hypnosis. Chen Guang fell asleep, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 hours later. "Chen Guang, wake up, we've reached the 5 capital, wake up quickly." He was shaken awake by Tang Ying. Chen Guang opened his eyes in a daze, and his head still hurt a little. He didn't know if it was because he slept too much, or because he didn't get enough sleep, or the after-effects of fainting from before still hadn't passed out. "Have we arrived?" Chen Guang rubbed his temples and turned his head to look out the window. "Brother Tang, we..." As soon as he said that, Tang Ying shook his shoulder again. "What, Brother Tang? What's wrong with you?" Tang Ying tilted her head again. "Chen Guang, did you sleep too much? Why are you calling me Brother Tang?" Chen Guang's eyes suddenly became as bright as a 300-watt incandescent lamp. He stared at Tang Ying, and then he tentatively called out, "Tang. Sister Tang Ying." Hey, what's wrong with you? You're really weird today. We're halfway through the flight, and you suddenly want me to give you a sample. Really, you made me so embarrassed. I plucked up the courage to do it for you, but I was so embarrassed. In the end, you didn't even say a few words to make me happy, you little brat. You were satisfied, and then you closed your eyes and pretended to be dead until now. But as soon as you woke up, you called me Brother Tang. What the hell are you doing? Have you been under too much pressure lately? Is there something wrong with your brain? Although I'm not a professional psychologist, I still know a little. Why don't you wait for my meeting today and have a good chat with me, so I can help you? After Tang Ying said that, she pointed to the sky outside the window that was slowly descending. Chen Guang also turned his head to look out the window. He remembered that Tang Ying's original schedule today was supposed to be a meeting with Gokyo University, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and the Provincial Department of Science and Technology. Also, she had clearly misunderstood and thought wrongly on the plane. She had forcefully created the sampling process on the plane, but now it was her who was unable to endure it. But that was not important anymore. Chen Guang felt the density of the power of the Holy Grail and the state of the rules of the world outside. He was so touched that he almost shed 2 lines of tears. The density of the power of the Holy Grail was almost the same as before he boarded the plane last night. The collapsed rules of the world had also unknowingly been completely restored. Restored. Thank God. The world had actually returned to normal. Although Chen Guang did not know what exactly happened, nor did he understand the principle behind it, he felt that it was really great to be able to see the whole world returning to its familiar orbit. It was really great that he did not jump off the plane and commit suicide on impulse. What the hell is cappuccino? Get out of here. Go to hell with the top-grade Nanshan tea. I just want to drink my Westlake Longjing coffee. Damn it. My brain is still a little messed up. As Chen Guang thought about these strange thoughts, he put his hand into his sling bag. That inexplicably wide-mouthed bottle was gone. Thank God. All right, Chen Guang's mind recalled the particularly charming scene when he gave Brother Tang, no Sister Tang Ying, a sample. His heart was in turmoil. To be honest, that scene was quite pleasurable. He had taken advantage of Sister Tang Ying countless times. But this was the first time he had taken advantage of her unscrupulously and taken advantage of her. Most importantly, in her memory, this did not happen at all. She did not know anything. This was as good as taking advantage of her for free. On the other hand, Tang Ying opened her sling bag in front of him and took out a small test tube. It was filled to the brim with some kind of sticky milky white liquid. She complained, "You're not bad, you brat. You didn't do anything bad in America this time. This stock is quite rich. It's enough for me to use for a few months." Chen Guang stared in silence. The Heavenly Holy Grail was too awesome. It even swapped out 2 completely different liquids. Oh right, Sister Tang Ying's clothes and her F-cup were restored too. The signboard on the cabin aisle was restored too. During stable flight, the use of Wi-Fi and electronic devices is allowed in the first-class cabin of this flight. Everything was back on track. The laws of this world that had been changed were so tough that they were unreasonable. Under the light of the rising sun, Chen Guang and Tang Ying walked side by side out of the slide of China Airlines CA97832 flight. Looking at the basin-sized sun in the sky, Chen Guang felt very close. Ah, I praise you. The sun. I praise you, not the moon. Tang Ying smacked his head from behind. You've slept too much. You idiot. Chen Guang scratched his head. Hee hee. No one could understand the emotion in his heart. After sending Tang Ying to Gokyo University Medical College, Chen Guang found a coffee shop alone and held a cup in his hand. He could not hold back his curiosity and focused on the world in the cup. He really wanted to ask Liuli what was going on in that messed up world. Chapter 1138. Your Excellency Luli, I'm not joking. I really need an explanation. Standing at the center of the city, Chen Guang locked his brows together as he looked at Liuli. Luli sat in front of her ATM and stared at the desktop in front of her. There was no telling what was on her mind, but she seemed to be very focused. After waiting for a few minutes, Chen Guang couldn't help but yell in her ear. What's going on? You're an emperor after all. Can't you give me a reasonable explanation? While asking, he looked at Lu Li's chest. Unfortunately, it was of no use. No matter how good his eyes were, he couldn't see through the mist that covered Lu Li's body. Sometimes, Chen Guang even felt that it was not as good as when Lu Li wore the feather dress. At that time, he could at least see some of her clothes. Get off me! Get off me! Lu Li finally came back to herself and pushed Chen Guang's face away impatiently. Chen Guang stepped back 2 meters and said again, I'm really in trouble this time. I really have no choice but to ask you. Lu Li sighed. You may not believe it, but I don't understand it either. You don't understand it? Then what do you know? Chen Guang found it hard to love the emperor who had dragged him into this mess. Sometimes he really wanted to be grateful to her, but most of the time, he just couldn't bring himself to love her. It was not Chen Guang's fault. Lu Li had quit too many times at critical moments. Perhaps with Lu Li's help, Chen Guang's fate had been changed. He had turned from a loser who drove an online taxi into the world's most popular celebrity and a new magnate who was rich and had countless fans. But frankly speaking, Chen Guang didn't feel very happy. At first, when he became rich, he was quite happy and fascinated. But after a long time, he found that being rich or not was not a big deal. An ordinary person's job was still a job, a celebrity's job was still a job, and a tycoon's job was still a job. To put it bluntly, that was all. It was just that he would receive different rewards when he reached different heights. Being rich did not bring him more joy. On the contrary, it gave him a responsibility that he could not shirk from. Furthermore, this responsibility was getting heavier and heavier. It seemed like the future of the entire universe was on his shoulders. Damn it. I still have to be responsible for the lives of those aliens, who only know how many light years away, what they look like, and whether they have 3 heads and 6 arms. At the thought of this, Chen Guang was left with an indescribable pain in the balls. Alright, the only thing he was grateful for was that no matter what, it was because of Lori and the heavenly Holy Grail that his mother was still alive and well. That was probably the only thing worth celebrating. But apart from this matter, with his personality, regarding other matters, the so-called wealth, the so-called power, and even the so-called fame did not seem to be what he really wanted. Chen Guang himself didn't know what he wanted. He didn't even know what he really wanted. It seemed like his desire could never be satisfied. But it also seemed like he had nothing to ask for. He didn't even know what he wanted, so how could he satisfy his desire? Women? Alright, he admitted that he was not very discreet in this aspect. But that really wasn't the most important thing. Money. Now it was enough. In fact, it was so much that it was inexhaustible. Reputation. Other than the great people in history, Chen Guang couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could be more famous than him. When the lawsuit with American Airlines was settled, he would probably be more famous than the current president of the United States. As Chen Guang's status in this era became higher and higher, the power he held in his hands became greater and greater. He had a vague feeling that passing the test of the 3,000 world in the cup was still an extremely ambitious goal, but he would definitely be able to achieve it when the conditions were right. Now that his power was established, it would become easier and easier for him to get the statue of God if there were no more problems in the future. Just like when he was studying, he only needed to quietly live an ordinary life and patiently wait for the arrival of the world in the cup. Then, every time he got a world in the cup, he would use the resources and power. He already had to find a way to show his ability to the world. This might require a little process, but the result was obvious. No one could stop him. It was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Just imagining such a life was so boring that it was unbearable. In short, there was no doubt that after Chen Guang became the master of the heavenly Holy Grail, after the initial novelty, what was left was the constant torture of being forced to do something beyond his abilities. Besides, after becoming the Earth Pauper, Chen Guang gradually understood one thing. Perhaps the heavenly Holy Grail had already considered that if he was still an ordinary person, it would be impossible for him to complete the challenge of the 3,000 world in the cup at a normal age, and he would definitely die of old age. That was why it made him the Earth Pauper in the second world of punishment. Elemental beings wouldn't die of old age, and in fact possessed nearly eternal life. What about the Earth Pauper, who was on the same level as a divine emperor? Now even if he were to be chopped into minced meat, he could still slowly recover his human form. Even if his body slowly aged in the future, wouldn't it be easy? He could jump into a meat grinder and emerge from a ham sausage as a good man. When he thought about the possibility of a dull and repetitive life waiting for him, or perhaps after 100 years, people would discover that he wouldn't age, and he would become a monster in everyone's eyes again. He could only watch helplessly as everyone important to him slowly aged and died, while he would be left alone in this world, enduring eternal loneliness. In his past films, Chen Guang had seen many male protagonists like this, Jiangchen Kuang Tianyu, or some other vampires. Chen Guang could only say that he was traumatized and in pain. He wasn't happy at all. If that was really the case, Chen Guang would feel like he was living like a robot, without any happiness to speak of. So-called immortality wasn't necessarily a form of happiness. So when he first learned that the world might change, he wasn't as terrified as he pretended to be. Instead, he was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Even when he was free, he would often look forward to it. Just what kind of surprise would the heavenly Holy Grail bring him? This time, on the China Airlines flight, he finally saw it for a brief moment. It nearly shattered his outlook on life. If the world after the change was really like this, then he might as well get a spaceship and leave Earth to wander the endless universe. At least he could tell others that tea was tea, and that he was happy. I'm thanking you, but I don't want to beat you up. Seeing his crumbling appearance, Lioli also felt that it would be too much to say nothing. Alright, but I can only guess right now. Go ahead and guess. It's better than me not knowing anything. When you were on the plane, it was probably because the matter between you and the airline company reached a certain peak on the internet, causing your worldwide fame to instantly reach a high point. Nodding his head, Chen Guang replied, "That's possible. I've asked the Baker law firm to spread my statement, and I've also released the video of that fellow called Schultz. It's quite influential." Under the influence of his soul-snatching spell, Chen Guang's hair stood on end as he listened to Schultz's words, let alone others. Didn't you just complete the acting god statue? This wave hasn't even subsided yet, and the two events add up. Perhaps your fame has already exceeded a certain limit. In other words, most of the people in this world know your name, and they are all implicated in one way or another by fate with you. Chen Guang nodded. I understand this. When a person knows my name, then I've already become a part of his or her life. For those who are close to me, or those who are serious fans of mine, this connection seems to be even closer. Just like when I was in junior high, there was a girl in my class who was crazy about Michael Jackson. Although the two of them didn't know each other at all, and it was impossible for Jackson to know about that female classmate of mine, Michael Jackson played an extremely important role in that girl's life. Lioli seemed to have been inspired by Chen Guang as she suddenly clapped her hands. Hey, why didn't this empress think of it earlier? Chen Guang looked at her in despair, thinking to himself, can I really rely on you? Well, regarding your subjective factors, that's it for now. Next, let's talk about the objective factors. Originally, the integration of the two worlds was still progressing slowly. But when your fame reached its peak, suddenly, Chen Guang looked at her silently. If you keep me in suspense, I might die in front of you with this punch of mine. Alright, I won't joke anymore. Suddenly affected by an external force, the two worlds abruptly moved closer to each other. Chen Guang was shocked. External force? That's impossible. What kind of external force can even affect the planes? Also, isn't the real world the world in the cup of the heavenly Holy Grail? Also, my universe is so huge. What kind of external force is needed to be able to do it? A force that can shake the planes? Lioli shrugged. In terms of the intensity of the force, it's not difficult. When this emperor was still the god emperor, to shake a plane of your entire universe, it was just a sneeze. What this emperor doesn't understand is how this external force came about. Alright, don't interrupt this emperor's train of thought. Alright. Two different planes instantly approached each other and fused together, just like two springs. Originally, these two springs were interlocking because of the rotation. Although the degree of interlocking was increasing, the speed was very stable. But under the effect of the external force, it suddenly pressed down fiercely in the middle. In this short period of time, the springs were pressed together fiercely, and the degree of interlocking instantly increased by a lot. Do you understand this Empress explanation? Chen Guang nodded. Understood. That's good. Just like two strangers coming together, there should be a process from knowing each other to becoming friends, at least chatting for a while. But this external force suddenly brought two worlds together, like two complete strangers suddenly sleeping on the same bed. There will definitely be a lot of friction and collision. Chen Guang. Wait, men and men sleeping on the same bed. No matter if they are strangers or not, there will be no friction and collision. I'm talking about the conflict in living habits, the disharmony in character. Old hooligan, what are you thinking? Oh, all right. In short, it's like there is a contradiction in the tonality between people. When different planes merge together, there will be even more conflicts of rules. If this process is slow and subtle, then it can be a smooth transition, and changes often happen inadvertently without anyone being aware of it. But if this process becomes intense, then there will be contradictions and conflicts, which will then lead to shocks. Just like the two men I mentioned just now, when they fight, the bed will be a mess. Although he knew what Liuli wanted to express, Chen Guang still felt that there was something wrong with the way she expressed it. However, it didn't seem to be meaningful to argue with her over such a small matter, so Chen Guang didn't keep harping on it. Forget it, I understand now. It's because of the external force, the two worlds suddenly came together, and then the rules became chaotic, right? That's why the situation I encountered before, the confusion of words and logic? That's right, but springs are still elastic. After a period of time, they return to their previous state, and continue to rotate and twist step by step, and then continue to merge. So when you wake up, the world has returned to normal. Of course, this whole thing is only known to you, and no one else knows, because you are the only stable point outside of the original rules of the two worlds. Chen Guang suddenly understood. All right, I understand. Then when the two worlds really completely merge, it won't be like this, right? Liuli thought for a moment. It shouldn't be. What you encountered before was just an accident. Then I'm relieved. All right, before that I have a question. Go ahead. What did you use the computer for? I watched a movie called Brokeback Mountain. Is there a problem? Goodbye. Chen Guang shrunk his neck, turned around and left. No wonder the example she gave was so strange. He thought she didn't mean it, but she did it on purpose. He was really worried that if he stayed here any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to beat her up. But he couldn't beat her, so it was better to leave first. When Chen Guang's figure disappeared from the cup world, Liuli turned back to look at the top of the deer cry fruit in the distance, which had become even taller. Unknowingly, the branches of the deer cry fruit had already emerged from the side of the tall wall of Cloud City. The huge fruit had also expanded to a radius of more than 10 feet, but for some reason, the deer cry fruit still hadn't jumped out from inside. In the past, in the endless god realm, when the deer cry fruit was born after absorbing the spirit of the god realm, it wasn't this big. Liuli scratched her head with a strange feeling. This was another thing that exceeded her understanding as a god emperor. It seemed that no matter what it was, once it came into contact with this heavenly holy grail, it would become particularly strange. After leaving the cup world, Chen Guang didn't rush to go anywhere else, but returned to school first. The day of the final exam was not far away. He probably hadn't stayed in school for more than 10 days this semester. If he said it out, he would be ridiculed by others, so it was time to go back and pretend. But returning to school also had a disadvantage. As he became more and more famous, less than 2 hours after he appeared in the dormitory, the campus forum exploded. Later, the dormitory door was surrounded by people who came to watch the show, or to ask for autographs. Although the dormitory aunt could stop the people outside from coming in, she couldn't stop the students who were originally in the same circle. In the past, when Chen Guang wasn't so famous, others acted calmly, but now, People were afraid of fame as pigs were afraid of being fat. And Chen Guang was so strong that he couldn't hide his muscles. "Brothers, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to run first." With no other choice, Chen Guang could only apologize to his brothers in the dormitory and sneak out through the window. He didn't dare to go through the main door, but climbed the drainage pipe outside. Although there were people who noticed him, he moved quickly. After landing, he disappeared in a few hops, and then made a big circle before returning to the house he bought in the neighborhood outside. Chen Guang sighed. This was the sorrow of being famous. But he didn't have time to lament the disadvantages of being famous for long, and he immediately enjoyed the benefits of being famous. Quite abruptly, his acting idol suddenly gained another 8 fanatics, including Irma Watson and the others from before. He now had nearly 100 fanatics, just by relying on the god of acting statue alone. It should be noted that unlike ordinary sources of faith, the faith provided by fanatics wasn't within the upper limit of the statue itself. What these nearly 100 fanatics brought him was more than 30,000 additional daily faith points. For him, who was burdened with heavy debts, this was simply a life-saving straw. Chapter 1139. The good news didn't just come from the new 100 or so fanatics who acted like gods. That night, Chen Guang repeatedly calculated his own faith value production capacity, repeatedly compared it, and checked it again and again. Strangely enough, he found that the production capacity was more than 7,000 points, more than it seemed on the surface. And he didn't know where it came from. Now that the deadline for the mortgage loan was getting closer and closer, every bit of faith value production meant a greater chance of survival. Chen Guang never thought the legs of a mosquito were too small. After all, no matter how small it was still meat. He was pleasantly surprised at the unknown source of more than 7,000 points of faith value production. But he was also very concerned. With the strictness of the heavenly Holy Grail, there was no reason for it to give out faith value for no reason. After careful inspection and verification, he even traced the threads of faith value that were connected to the production capacity of more than 7,000 points of faith value, and finally found the final source of the surprise. It didn't come from one of his worlds in a cup, nor was it a fanatic, but a statue. Well, in a pure sense, it wasn't his statue, it just looked like him. That's right, it was the statue of the Lord of the Land, Chen Guang, located in the Tangshan Industrial Factory. Chen Guang was pleasantly surprised, and even more so felt that it was incredible. The Lord of the Land was only created by a freak combination of factors, and if it weren't for his thick skin, Chen Guang would have torn it down at that time. He never thought that this thing could actually bring him a pleasant surprise. It didn't seem like much, just more than 7,000 points of faith value daily production. But from another perspective, this was equivalent to an eighth of the perfect world in the heavenly Holy Grail. But the number of worlds in a cup was currently limited. But as long as Chen Guang kept Xiaoguang environmental protection, and continued to use this idea to manage more sewage treatment companies in the future, and solve the problems of more people, then even more gains could be expected. For example, he could be like many companies that worshipped the god of wealth, Guan Yu, and say that the Lord of the Land statue was a metaphysical existence that needed this thing to ensure the stable operation of the company. Regardless of whether the effect in other places could be as good as the Tangshan Industrial Factory, it was worth a try. There would always be people who would believe it, and as long as there was money, it would be easy to promote. This time, he learned from his mistakes. Although he still didn't know the reason, he didn't run to ask Liuli. She wouldn't know anything even if he asked. In short, this matter was most likely related to the fusion of the real world and the real world. As for the specific reason, Chen Guang felt that there was no reason for him to cripple this god. This was a question that could not possibly have an answer, just like how he had obtained the heavenly Holy Grail, and how the universe had been born. There was no point in getting entangled in these things where the outcome could already be seen. However, he still called Guoming to ask what was going on over there. It turned out that with the completion of the 5 pretreatment production lines that he had ordered, the 5 most difficult types of wastewater in Tangshan plant were temporarily collected in these large ponds and did not enter the follow-up sections. The benefits of this approach were obvious. The problem of Tangshan industrial plants' compliance was solved by treating the symptoms and not the root cause. The common people were really easy to satisfy. The water coming out of the sewers became clear and translucent, and there was also the spontaneous promotion of the employees. Just like that, the name of Chen Guang of Tongshan's earth god spread like wildfire. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. Over time, the 5 pools would naturally be filled. With the current amount of water, it would take about 2 months to fill them up. But Chen Guang was not in a hurry. Zhuo Jingxi was completing the transformation of the 5 god-level formulas in the Prin's laboratory. When the 2-month period was up, the remaining capacity of the 5 pretreatment ponds was bottomed out, and the final operating deadline of Xiaoguang environmental protection was about to end. According to Zhuo Jingxi's current progress, she could just make it. Not only that, but Chen Guang's Science and Technology Progress Award was already ahead. Don't ask him why. Asked the group of old experts at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who were so happy that their mouths almost cracked. Even the powerful Prin's laboratory had to sign a humiliating contract to get a little technical support from the Dawn Research Institute. But the Chinese Academy of Sciences was almost free. Chen Guang took the initiative to send a big gift. I heard that he wanted the National Science and Technology Progress Award. Not to mention the first prize. Even if you want us to give you a special prize called Super Wei, it would not be a problem. In the next few days, Chen Guang enjoyed a rare short period of leisure, but he was not happy, and even had trouble sleeping at night. Previously in North America, he had already competed with the big shots of the global fighting world, and the high-speed video of Pierce had already been released. At first, the audience did not believe the authenticity of the video, thinking that the big shots like Mouthy Cannon and Connor were shamelessly acting just to cooperate with Chen Guang to promote his movie. How could there be someone in this world who could effortlessly take down dozens of the world's top fighting experts in one go? From lightweight to super heavyweight, they were all taken down in one go. And this person's physique was not that scary. Even if he was a former world arm wrestling champion, this was a little too much, wasn't it? Wasn't this a little too fake? What about his unlimited stamina? Also, with the size of Brother Dashio and the others, he threw them around like they were children. This was just like a scene in a movie, okay? Look at his thin arms and legs. The explosive power he exerted was not something that a person of his physique should have, okay? Or even if you were talented and could move 1,000 kilograms with little effort, wouldn't you be tired? All these doubts came to an abrupt end after the video of Chen Guang catching a bullet with 2 fingers was released. Chen Guang originally thought that his strongest physical statue of God could be achieved with the help of this trend, but there was no movement for several days. This made him feel a little uncomfortable, performing God's finger, and not even giving the statue of God a chance to catch a bullet. The audience was too much. What should I do to make you guys satisfied? Do you guys really want me to deliberately perform a bare-handed fight with an AK? Or catch a sniper rifle with my bare hands? Push a high-speed rail with my bare hands? Or learn from Superman, who wore his underwear on the outside and flew into the sky to catch a plane with his bare hands? Alright, he might be crushed to death. Although this could also be done, it was a little too deliberate. As a good young man with status and aspirations, Chen Guang felt a little disgusted when he thought of himself pulling a high-speed rail with only his underwear and a hunched back like a gorilla. He did not know if it was because he had done too many shocking things in the past that made the audience too picky, or if the image of heroes in the ancient legends of every country and every nation was too deep-rooted. But Chen Guang catching a bullet with 2 fingers was not enough to satisfy the taste of the world. Chen Guang was frustrated for a while, but he slowly felt relieved. The reason why he could catch a bullet was because of his inner force and the super strong physical body that he had trained in the world in a cup. However, this kind of thing could be done by someone who was at the peak of skin force if they were prepared, much less him, the strongest martial artist in history. Based on the principle that the older the history, the more mythical the legends were in people's hearts. In ancient times, the gods of war or famous generals who lived in people's hearts might have been the top martial artists of that time. Coupled with the fact that the other party's martial arts value was exaggerated to a certain extent in legends and ghost novels, and that there were thousands of years of people following the crowd, catching a bullet with his bare hands was really not enough. Sitting quietly in the classroom, listening to the bustle around him, Chen Guang turned his head and looked out of the window, full of melancholy. I understand the logic, but what should I do now? I don't have much time left. Forget it. I'll go to the company after school. If I really can't do it, I'll ask Yu Hong to arrange for a movie king to pull a high-speed rail. Brother Guang, what are you thinking about? Bai Nyangzi, who was next to him, saw that he was in a trance and came over to ask. Chen Guang said subconsciously, I'm thinking about how to let the whole world know that I'm the strongest man on this planet. Bai Nyangzi turned his head and said to Lin Jingwei, It's over. Brother Guang has lost his mind. Xiong who was on the right side of Chen Guang, silently reached out his furry bare paw. Xiong who was a northeastern man, looked a lot thicker than Chen Guang. Chen Guang looked up at him. Xiong looked at him calmly. His eyes seemed to be able to speak. Brother Guang, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but do you have the cheek to say something like that? Chen Guang thought that maybe Xiong had been with him for a long time, and had been influenced by the acting skills of the world faction. Damn it, imagine a big uncouth man looking at you with a pair of big watery eyes. What kind of scene would that be? Xiong tell me honestly. Xiong nodded vigorously. That's right, Brother Guang. I've been reading your book too. I've learned a lot. As he said that, he took out 2 beautifully packaged books from his bag. They were the World Faction published by Chen Guang, and it was a full English version. There were even notes written on it. Chen Guang was surprised. You read the English version too? Xiong smiled mysteriously. Brother Guang, are you looking down on me? You're a world-famous language master now. We're sleeping with you, after all, so we can't tarnish your reputation. You don't know how hard we've been studying English these past few months. Chen Guang said. All right, but I still want to poke your eyes blind. Lin Jingwei, who was next to him, stretched his head over. Brother Guang, can you stop for a while? I keep feeling that you've been too obsessed with being pretentious recently. I've heard from Grandpa that being a person, being capable is one thing, but you also have to be able to keep your composure at critical moments. After a period of triumphant progress, you should take a period of time to calm down and settle down. You can't let your desires dominate your willpower. If you continue like this, you'll easily lose yourself. Chen Guang patted him on the shoulder. I understand what you mean, but wait until I'm done with my work. I'll think of a way to calm down. Chen Guang didn't say anything else. Lin Jingwei was right, but he couldn't calm down. Lin Jingwei didn't know that once he relaxed, what awaited him would be an explosion. Xiong continued to court death and ridiculed Chen Guang's slender arms, even more unbridledly. Once class was over, Chen Guang decisively dragged Xiong to arm wrestle. It only took him 1.5 seconds to press him down on the table before he strode off. Before he left, Chen Guang only said coolly, Young man, I didn't even have the strength to lift my eyelids. After leaving the school, Chen Guang drove to Tianguang Group. He stopped his car downstairs and wasn't in a hurry to go up. The people in the company didn't know that he was coming today. It should be almost time to get off work, and there were only a few people in the company. Although there were a lot of things waiting for him to do with the copyright development of Women, World's Pie, and Luo and Zhu, people had to eat, drink, poop, and sleep. Before he went upstairs, Chen Guang took out his phone and browsed the news with joy. Ever since he was severely injured on China Airlines flight CA97832, Chen Guang hadn't played with his phone or watched the news for the past few days. But he couldn't be blamed. It was really a psychological shadow, and he only got over it today. He didn't know if he didn't read it, but when he read it he frowned. It turned out that Tianguang Media, led by Chu Zijin, had spent a lot of money to create the variety show Hi! My God! 2 episodes had been officially aired, but the situation wasn't as good as Chen Guang had expected. The cruel truth proved that although he had a golden brand now, This brand had to be put out to be effective. Hi. My God. Although it was created by his own company, and his name was mentioned in the publicity, which made him even more popular recently, it didn't help the show's ratings much. What the audience wanted to see was his face, his show, and not just to be satisfied with his title. The audience voted with their eyes and feet, and even the title of God wouldn't work. Just like the movies we watch now, no matter how famous the director is, if the quality of the movie can't keep up, the box office will still be bottomless. On Chile satellite TV, Hi. My God. The first episode's ratings reached 1.84%, and it didn't break 2%. The online viewership index was even more miserable, as it was crazily rubbed against the enemy stations like Mango TV and Tomato TV. There were many reasons for this. Although Chu Zijin was a genius, and she had spent a lot of effort this time, it was still her first time coming into contact with a television variety show. The team she borrowed was only Little Tsong's Bamboo Platform's online comprehensive team, which wasn't considered the best in the industry. But this was still not Hi. My God. The most fundamental reason for the show's failure. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame Chu Zijin for being a little misophobic in certain aspects. It was just like when she was still a webcaster. Although she had a resounding reputation in Bamboo Platform, she didn't fully display her advantages to become an internet celebrity like Chen Guang. Although her various professional skills couldn't reach Chen Guang's level, with her natural advantage as a beauty, if she was willing to think of a way to hype herself up, she had the huge potential to become famous. Her misophobic personality made it impossible for her to be like other people who did variety shows, using unscrupulous methods to hype themselves up. When other people did things, it was good, positive, negative, gossipy, scandalous, whatever. As long as it was a method of hype that human intelligence could think of, it would be pushed forward in all directions without any blind spots. But Chu Zijin didn't do that. Her biggest hype was probably to ride on Chen Guang's popularity and tell others that this was a variety show produced by a company led by Chen Guang. In the list of producers, she didn't even put Chen Guang's name in it. The audience couldn't see Chen Guang's face, nor could they see evidence of Chen Guang's participation in the production, so their enthusiasm naturally faded. When it was broadcast on TV, Chu Zijin didn't do anything about the viewership ratings. When it was broadcast on the internet, she didn't increase the traffic, nor did she hire a water army to hype herself up. She wanted to use the quality of the show itself to speak up, but the result was sad. Without Chen Guang's halo, the quality of her show couldn't reach phenomenal levels. At most, it could only be a passable variety show. But under the crazy competition of countless people in the industry, the word passable was not enough to support a popular show. Therefore, the viewership ratings of the second episode on Chili Pepper TV fell even further, not even managing to maintain 1.5%. The number of online views also fell far short of expectations. Chen Guang didn't pay much attention to what was going on here before, but now he finally saw it. He stood at the bottom of the building and rubbed his mouth. Even with his toes, he could imagine how tormented Chu Zijin must be feeling. Was it really the old man's appearance to suppress the situation? Chapter 1140. The big project with an investment of 180 million seemed to be about to fail. But Chen Guang was not in a hurry, because there were still 3 episodes left to be recorded. No matter how bad the situation looked now, Chen Guang knew that as long as he appeared, even if it was only the last episode, he could make a comeback. There was no need to panic at all. It could even be said shamelessly that the audience did not give him face. Maybe they were putting pressure on him. That's right, the audience only wants to see my handsome and heroic appearance. He would not blame Chu Zijin. Although her mental cleanliness seemed a bit ridiculous, it seemed that it had caused a certain loss to Tianguang Media. Perhaps she was regretting it now. After all, she was full of confidence at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, her halberd sank into the sand. But Chen Guang felt that he appreciated Chu Zijin's temperament more than relying on a person who would do anything to succeed. People could be smart, but they couldn't play smart in everything. The failure of the early stage of the show would not hurt the bones. But if the people's heart was rotten, it would be difficult to grow back. Although Chen Guang himself had achieved phenomenal success every time since his debut, except for the Tongshan Industrial Factory, he had almost never used those underhanded means of hype. Every time he succeeded, he relied on his genuine ability and knowledge. Even if these real skills were all taught by the world in a cup, how much suffering he had suffered to learn these skills. After all, this kind of thing could not be explained clearly to outsiders. Just like how Liuli, who often looked at him with disdain, had once said that if someone else did the same thing as Chen Guang, it's practically impossible for them to do it better than him. They would have probably collapsed during one of their revivals in the cup realm. The taste of dying and coming back to life was simply a nightmare for ordinary people. And they had to face 3,000 world in a cup, which for many people may even be called an eternal prison. Living like this may be more uncomfortable than dying. Therefore, Chen Guang had reason to think that since he had the ability, whether it was a variety show or a movie, there was no need to use crooked methods. They all spoke with their works. Chen Guang's company, don't use crooked methods to do things. After making up his mind, Chen Guang did not rush to ask Yu Hong to contact him about pulling the high-speed rail with his bare hands. Even if he really wanted to pull it, he would save it for, my God, to pull it on the show. Thinking about it carefully, it was all his own business, and he paid too little attention to Tianguang Media. The Shanghai Financial Group was quite pitiful. They had to fork out 1 billion yuan for no reason. Thinking about it, although they were instructed by the old masters to give away money for free, they still held 5% of the shares in Tianguang Media. If Chen Guang could create a business miracle as usual, it was not impossible for them to recoup, or even make a profit out of this 1 billion yuan. For the huge Shanghai Financial Group led by Rao Zhenghai, a loss of 1 billion yuan was not unacceptable. Therefore, even though Rao Zhenghai knew that it was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, he still resisted the heavy pressure in the company and did it. But now it seemed that the program, which had been invested 180 million in advance, was going to be cancelled. Chen Guang could imagine that Rao Zhenghai must be in pain at this time. Chen Guang stayed in the company for a while and saw everyone's hard work. He thought that everyone had gotten off work, but most of them were still working overtime. These days, women was still showing well, and the company was very busy. Chen Guang casually found an excuse to distribute a bonus to everyone in the company. After that, he looked for Yu Hong and Su Li and called them over to his office. The Olympic Games were so successful because of everyone's efforts. Xiao Fang and Xiao Lu are still abroad. I would like to thank you two in advance. Sitting in his office chair, Chen Guang looked at his two right-hand men with a smile. Although they did not go to the United States, their workload was no less than that of Fang Tianyu and Xiao Lu. If it were Fang Tianyu and Buttface who were praised by him, they would probably be very proud. But Yu Hong and Su Li were much calmer. They modestly declined Chen Guang's praise for a while, and did not dare to be arrogant. However, Chen Guang could see from their bright eyes that they were looking forward to the other thing he had promised them. All right, we're on the same side, so there's no need to be secretive. Both of you take care of yourselves. Who's going to benefit from me? I'm not boasting, but my inner strength conditioning can't be bought with money. It's the real deal. Yes, this was the most attractive thing he had promised them. For ordinary people, internal strength was always a mysterious thing. Many people did not even believe that it existed. However, Chen Guang was the boss of the Tianguang Group, and his ability had been shown many times in the past. Yu Hong and the others had never doubted Chen Guang's ability in this aspect. Yu Hong was the first to speak. He had been in a sub-healthy state because of his high-intensity work for a long time. Recently, he had been even busier. He often felt dizzy, his memory was failing, and his whole body was aching. In addition, none of his friends and relatives had any problems, so he would benefit from it. The specific process was not complicated. Chen Guang asked Yu Hong to sit cross-legged on the coffee table in his office and press one hand on his back. Chen Guang then transformed the true martial divine art into one of the 400,000 types of internal strength martial arts that he had mastered. He slowly injected the internal strength into Yu Hong's body through his palm, about the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. All right, half an hour later, Chen Guang stopped his technique. Yu Hong opened his eyes, his face dark and dirty. As he stood up, he kept burping and his stomach rumbled. "Boss, sorry, I have a bit of diarrhea," Chen Guang said cheerfully. Go. It's normal to detoxify. You'll be fine after you finish." Less than a minute after Yu Hong left, Su Li walked in shyly. "Boss, I have a presumptuous request." Chen Guang did not mind at all. "What's on your mind? What's there to be embarrassed about?" "My father is old, and his body is not very good. He liked to drink too much when he was young, so the old problem with his liver is quite serious." Chen Guang waved his hand. "That's easy. I'll take care of it myself. Little Su, I'll remember what you said. I'll introduce you to a famous doctor later." Su Li was overjoyed. "Thank you, boss." "You're welcome. We're brothers." After being a boss for a long time, although Chen Guang did not deliberately win people's hearts, with his current status, even treating people harmoniously was a strong enough method to win people's hearts. That's right. Su Li was still a little hesitant. Chen Guang did not know what to do with his CFO's temper. "Just say what you want." Actually, my father is in Beijing, but it's a little inconvenient for him to go there due to his physical condition." Chen Guang suddenly realized why Comrade Little Su was hesitant. It turned out that he had to make a trip. "Hey, I thought it was a big deal." "It's not a big deal. Anyway, I'm planning to go to Beijing soon. Give me your father's phone number and address. I'll go find him directly." Seeing that he agreed, Su Li was relieved and said gratefully, "Thank you, boss." "Don't be like that. It's not a big deal. As a boss, it's normal for me to comfort the family of my employee." Su Li scratched his head in embarrassment. "That's right. I'm too happy." Chen Guang had originally planned to go to Beijing to find Chu Zijin, so he did not delay. The next morning, he bought a direct flight ticket to Beijing. There was also an interlude. Before he left, he pretended to call Chu Zijin to comfort her, and comfort the little girl's hurt heart. When she received a rare call from Chen Guang, Chu Zijin did not show much loneliness on the phone. She felt that it was okay, just a little disappointed. Chen Guang could understand her feelings. Although she was facing failure, Chu Zijin had a rich experience of success. She must have learned a lot from the first 3 episodes, and planned to use the last 3 episodes to turn the tide. Chen Guang did not tell her that he would be coming to Beijing. He wanted to give her a surprise. He hoped that she really had some great ideas. When the time came, she would cooperate with him. The effect should be pretty good. He arrived at Yinjing around noon. First, he went to the sanatorium where Su Li's father lived, and had a cordial conversation with the enthusiastic old man. After that, he made some slight adjustments to the method he used on Yu Hong, and repeated it. Before he left, Chen Guang called the Guangding General Headquarters, and found a famous doctor for Su Li's father. Other than the 10,000 Flower Valley, there were 2 or 3 other sects in Jianghu that specialized in medicine. With Chen Guang's face, as long as he did them a favor, they would rush to come. When he finished these trivial matters, it was already close to 4 in the afternoon, when he arrived at the temporary headquarters of Tianguang Media in Beijing. Since he wanted to give Chu Zijin a surprise, Chen Guang obviously did not want her to know in advance. From the moment he entered the temporary headquarters, he greeted everyone who recognized him, and made a gesture of silence. Then, he found his way to the door of Chu Zijin's office, and heard the sound of quarreling from inside. Chen Guang was shocked. This was the biggest joke in the world. There was actually someone in the world who dared to find trouble with my people? Standing outside the office of Tianguang Media's CEO, Chen Guang pricked up his ears and eavesdropped on the conversation inside. "Director Chu, it's really not that we are being unreasonable. As you can see, it's already the 3rd episode of the program. The ratings for the latest episode last night have also come out. This is too low. This is a little out of proportion with the initial investment of our company. If this goes on, I won't be able to answer to the board of directors." In Chu Zijin's office, A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes in his 40s was arguing with a red face and a thick neck. There were 3 other people beside this middle-aged man. At this time, they had a similar expression, looking indignant. Looking at these 4 people, Chu Zijin could not help but secretly frown. She really did not think that this kind of thing would happen to her. Everyone, we are all doing things according to the contract. If all business is like what you request, tearing up the contract just because of the slightest bit of trouble here and there, isn't it a little inappropriate? Chu Zijin restrained her temper and said to the 4 people in front of her in a seemingly calm manner. She could not help but be angry. The recent continuous decline in ratings had already made her very annoyed. Especially after the ratings for the 3rd episode came out yesterday, she was even more annoyed. It had actually fallen to a tragic figure of 1.4%. It did not even enter the top 5 in the country during the same period. Now Chili Pepper TV, Bamboo TV, and Tianguang Media were very passive. Chu Zijin was also aware of this, but this did not mean that she would admit defeat. Before the dust settled, she still had a chance to turn the tables. Originally, she had intended to use the remaining time to properly plan the specific plans for the next 3 episodes, and then strive for perfection. After exploring the first 3 episodes, she now had a lot of ideas in her mind. Moreover, she had already implemented more specific ideas in her plan. All she had to do was to go all out and start working. But today, my God! The 4 major sponsors of the program had come together to say that they wanted to tear up the contract and not pay the remaining half of the sponsorship fee. Their reason was also very simple. The program's performance completely did not meet expectations. Not to mention the previously signed contract that mentioned the tiered price, starting from 2%. Now even the guaranteed 2% was very far away. The original main sponsorship fee was 100 million, and the 3 special sponsorship fees added up to 60 million. According to the market, a program that could receive a sponsorship fee of 160 million should indeed guarantee at least 1.5% of the ratings. My God! After 2 consecutive drops, it looked like it was still very far away. However, Chu Zijin felt that this was not a reason for the other party to tear up the contract. There must be some special reason behind it. Everyone had just started talking today, and Chu Zijin knew very well that they might be planning to use this as a condition to ask her to make some changes. Sure enough, the middle-aged leader sighed. Chief Chu, we all know that you're working for Chief Chen. If we really do this, we'll definitely offend Chief Chen to no end. We don't want that to happen either. But this time, in order to cooperate with your program, our Longha Group has taken the opportunity to release all the new products that we originally planned to release slowly within a year to the market. If we can't make use of this opportunity to promote our subsidiary brands, our losses will indeed be huge. The representatives of the other 3 companies also spoke one after another, and their reasons were more or less the same. They could not be blamed for being short-sighted. It was really because Chen Guang had too many successful experiences in the past that they were willing to accept the super high sponsorship fee requested by Tianguang Media from the beginning and sign the tiered price contract. Of course, the purpose of these companies' money was not to do charity. Their fundamental purpose was to learn from other brands in the past and hitch a ride on Chen Guang's coattails, using a relatively small investment to get an excessive return. Now that their returns were about to fall through, they became anxious. The 4 companies gathered together and came up with this plan to force the emperor to abdicate. Chu Zijin had been the leader of Tianguang Media for a long time, but now she was no longer the innocent little girl she used to be. She could read the general meaning of other people's fox tales and said directly, "Everyone, if you have something to say, just say it. Here's the thing. We appreciate your company's upright style of doing things. But now it seems that the effect is not very good. If your company still wants us to continue to sponsor the next 3 episodes, we really hope that your company can learn from other successful cases on the market in terms of overall packaging and marketing, and change the publicity strategy." The middle-aged leader finally revealed his fox's tail. They went around in a big circle and summed it up in one sentence. In fact, they completely disagreed with Chu Zijin's previous way of relying on the quality of the program to speak. At this moment, Chu Zijin looked at the 4 sponsor representatives, and these 4 words popped up in her mind. In this broken era, they want to force an innocent girl into prostitution. Chapter 1141. Chen Guang, who was outside the door, was also infuriated. I understand what you guys are saying, but aren't you guys looking down on me? You guys are looking down on Tianguang Media, thinking that Tianguang Media will fail if they don't engage in dishonest practices. Then, you guys are looking down on Chu Zijin, whom I personally appointed. You guys are looking down on my, Chen Guang's taste. That was the first reason. The second reason was that Chen Guang had become half an insider in the entertainment circle. He had even added Jiang Yage and Jin Shiriyue into a certain celebrity WeChat group, but he had been lurking in the group all year round. But he would secretly observe from time to time, treating the chatter in Jiang Yage and Jin Shiriyue's BFF group as pure gossip. This was one of the benefits of becoming a celebrity. He could be in the legendary best gossip observation position, and naturally, he could see first-hand gossip that no one in the industry could see. Nowadays, there were millions of variety shows and the news was huge. 2 people who had nothing to do with each other and were not familiar with each other suddenly got together because of something, and there were rumors about them, and they became a couple. Then please note, these 2 people would soon appear in the same movie, TV series, or even the same variety show. Or else, if they were to make a singing show, just the casting alone would give them dozens of tricks. Regardless of who they invited or not, regardless of whether the person accepted it or not. In short, there would be inexplicable headlines on the internet, saying that a certain singing god or queen would be joining some show or something. Then, the closer it was to the day of the announcement, the more fans would be dragged out for a walk. Regardless of whether the fans were willing or not, in this world they had no choice. The singer you admired was originally someone who was indifferent to fame and fortune, and only focused on making music, but for some reason, he would be criticized on the internet, saying that he was showing off by focusing on making music, saying that his style was either too high or not for normal people to listen to. Are you angry? Are you going to speak up for the artist you admire? Sometimes, in order to deliberately mislead people, many variety shows would go through many twists and turns just by announcing the name list. First, they would let you know who would be in the limelight. Then they would give you an outline. One moment, it looked like Sun Yanzi, and the next moment, it looked like Deng Ziki. In the end, when the person came out, it turned out to be Kai Qin. On the day the dust settled, Kai Qin suddenly had something to do and couldn't come again. Then, she was suddenly replaced by another big-shot guest who temporarily saved the day. The various fan groups who had slipped away could do nothing but scold them for being retarded. Most of the time, under the intentional or unintentional guidance and instigation of others, no one could remain unaffected. Another example, at a certain time, a certain period of time on the internet focused on nostalgia for a certain TV series of the past, or various marketing accounts reposting related clips. Don't be surprised. It was most likely a sequel to continue earning money. Another example, in the middle of the show, a guest who was originally a normal person suddenly went crazy. He attracted all kinds of hatred on the show, saying all kinds of nonsense that slandered tradition and inverted right and wrong, doing strange things like drinking fake wine while doing the show, and then acting crazy. The audience thought that he had really gone crazy, and all kinds of attacks and curses, but in fact, he was just being paid to avoid trouble. He was just selling his face and taking the blame. There was no other way. The show needed popularity, and it needed attention. Otherwise, they would invite some extremely strange guests to come out, such as I left my parents at the age of 3 to travel alone. Or, I sold the old hen that laid eggs at home and walked 8,000 miles to come to this stage. In short, there were thousands of ways to create hype in this world. There were only things that you couldn't think of, but there was nothing that these people couldn't do. In the past, Chen Guang didn't know about these tricks, But after lurking in the female celebrities' BFF group for a long time, he often heard people complaining about how they were CP'd with so-and-so, and so on. Sometimes these big shots were quite painful. It might be for the effect of the show, and under the condition that both parties agreed to hype up. Or it might be that the guy was almost past his prime, and really couldn't find any ideas. So he found an opportunity to appear on the same occasion as you. Originally, everyone was just nodding acquaintances. But in the blink of an eye, there were groundless rumors spreading on the internet. When faced with such a situation, even if everyone could guess in their hearts that it might be one party playing tricks and making use of the hot topic, they just couldn't find any evidence. Others would only say that they didn't need to care about the media's nonsense, that everyone was upright, and that they didn't need to worry about it. Other than feeling disgusted, there was nothing the people who had their chickens borrowed to lay eggs could do. Of course, regarding these female celebrities' complaints, Chen Guang had forgotten about it after seeing it in the past. Although he had been observing in the dark, he had become numb after seeing it too many times, and he would also start to doubt these people's complaints. Not everyone in the world could be like Jiang Yage and Jin Shiyue, living so sincerely. These people's words were half true and half false, and there were half true and half false. It was even possible that someone secretly worked to make use of other people's hot topic, and then turned around and complained in front of others. It was also possible that she actually knew from the beginning, but in front of her group of girlfriends, she pretended that she didn't know and felt wronged. That was a group of girlfriends, and it was a woman's jianghu. Chen Guang didn't have the mood to understand other people's jianghu. It was too complicated, too tiring, and meaningless. But now, led by the Longhe Group, the four sponsors were obviously planning to pull their own Tianguang Media and their capable subordinate Chu Zijin into such a lowly jianghu. But he was not in a hurry to break in. He was also curious in his heart, wanting to know what decision Chu Zijin would make in such a situation. Chu Zijin, who was facing the four sponsors alone, didn't express her position immediately, but thought for a short while. Based on her original character, she would definitely not hesitate to fall out with them. But this time, they were not wrong in some aspects. My God. The ratings were indeed getting worse and worse. Next, the program would have about a month of adjustment period. Actually, it was supposed to be broadcasted while filming, and the fourth episode was supposed to be broadcasted next week. But after a discussion between the three parties, including Chili Pepper TV, they decided to slow down and replace it with another program for this month. As for the next 3 episodes of the program, everyone needed to overturn their previous ideas and create a new masterpiece. No one could afford to fail. Chili Pepper TV, Bamboo Platform, and Tianguang Media had invested a lot into this program. Not only did they invest money, but they also invested a lot of manpower and resources. No one could afford to fail completely. Perhaps to Chen Guang himself, this was just an insignificant failure of his company. Even if he lost all 180 million yuan, based on the current box office trend of women, a mere 180 million yuan might not even be a concern to him. But that was only because Chen Guang himself was standing at another level. But to Chu Zijin, Chang Xiaozong, and the leaders of Chili Pepper TV, my God. This program was almost half of their career, and they couldn't afford to fail. After a long time, Chu Zijin gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Li, of course I understand what you mean, but I don't want to feign civility with you. What you hope for won't happen. Our Mr. Chen has never done those things, so as one of his businesses, we, Tianguang Media, will never go against his usual policy." The representative of another company couldn't help but say, "So our 160 million sponsorship fees are going to go down the drain? So we, the sponsors who trusted you so much, deserve to face a complete collapse?" The other party was so aggressive that Chu Zijin was also angry. "Please watch your words, Mr. Liu from Fuxing Food. First of all, your sponsorship fees weren't gone down the drain. In the previous 3 episodes, we fully fulfilled the sponsorship contract and gave your company's products sufficient time and intensity to promote them. In addition, We signed an equal and mutually beneficial contract, which is a legally binding contract. You chose to sponsor our program because you had your own considerations, and we didn't force anyone. But your ratings failed. Mr. Lee from Longha Group questioned loudly. Chu Zijin's expression didn't change. This is because of the market. This is also a normal risk range. Even Microsoft will lose money when they acquire Nokia. What's so strange about that? Risks and benefits always coexist, right? Seeing that Chu Zijin was stubborn, Mr. Liu threatened again. Since Mr. Chu doesn't accept our opinion, then don't blame us for unilaterally breaking the contract. Chu Zijin was so angry that she laughed and sat back in her office chair. Then I'll see you in court. Mr. Lee from Longha Group wasn't easy to deal with either. Do you think we're afraid of Tianguang Group? In our contract, it is clearly written that as a sponsor, we have the right to make suggestions on the program planning. If both parties have any objections, we can ask for a discussion to resolve it. Tianguang Group has completely ignored our opinions, so of course we can reasonably terminate the contract. Chu Zijin, of course, remembered the relevant content of the contract. She could only say that she was helpless about this, but she couldn't back down. She said coldly, "Okay, then we'll see how it's decided." At this moment, the door to her office was suddenly pushed open. Mr. Lee from Longha Group, Mr. Liu from Fuxing Food, and the others, who were still aggressive a moment ago, turned around to see who it was and froze. They were even at a loss of what to do. Why was Chen Guang here at this time? Wasn't there a rumor that he had just returned to Beijing and was peacefully studying at his university as a reclusive college student? The companies of the four major sponsors had also carefully considered the risks before they set off. They dared to cause trouble for Tianguang Media, because they knew that Chen Guang didn't care much about Tianguang Media. Everyone knew that Chen Guang's movies were now very popular. Those who paid close attention to Chen Guang also knew that he had begun to get involved in the environmental protection industry and the photocatalyst industry. They felt that Tianguang Media's small business had become insignificant in his eyes. Otherwise, he would have appeared in the previous 3 episodes. They felt that even if they broke the contract, they wouldn't offend Chen Guang too much. That was why they were so impulsive. But they didn't expect that when they were looking for Tianguang Media's Mr. Chu, they would run into Chen Guang, who was supposed to be studying in Beijing. This was King embarrassing. Mr. Chen. Mr. Liu from Fuxing Food said with a laugh. Hello, Mr. Chen, this ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Mr. Lee of the Longha Group reacted faster. He immediately changed the topic, intending to lead the topic in another direction. They wanted to put pressure on Tianguang Media and make Chu Zijin yield. But Chen Guang's reputation was also very well known in the country. As for his style and means of doing things, there were even specialized scholars who had appeared on the internet one after another to interpret it. Everyone knew it very well. Take the recent racial discrimination case of American Airlines as an example. Countless people were speculating what kind of price American Airlines would offer to settle with Chen Guang privately. But it had been several days since the incident happened, and every day, there were reports of the latest developments from the other side of the sea. There was no sign of the possibility of a settlement between the two sides. Baker Law Firm was extremely tough and received support from all aspects of public opinion. The stock of American Airlines plummeted. Because of this incident, more than 30% of its market value was lost. The impact was even greater than a plane crash. Many people secretly speculated that, based on the losses suffered by American Airlines and the tragic situation of the Schultz family, who was already detained for another case, if Chen Guang was willing to settle privately, he would probably get more than $400 million. But he didn't. Now that the Schultz family had been exposed and American Airlines had suffered heavy losses, there was no other way but to go to court. But according to past experience, even if he could win in court, he could only get more than $100 million in compensation at most. It was obvious that he couldn't live with money. But why did he do this? Many people speculated about his motives, so much so that they almost formed a Chen Guang school. In the end, everyone came to a very painful conclusion. He was willing. Well, according to Baker Law Firm, Chen Guang wasn't suing American Airlines for himself. He was speaking for everyone who had been discriminated against by the airline industry. In fact, American Airlines already regretted their actions. In order to recover from the decline, they even issued a total of 20 new regulations. The purpose was to self-reflect, apologize to the public, and promise that similar things would never happen again. But even so, it only managed to stop the stock price from continuing to fall. If an apology was useful, why would the court be needed? Chen Guang was clearly harming others without benefiting himself. Everyone had different opinions about Chen Guang's actions. The people felt that he was very righteous and cool. They liked to see him challenge the leading companies as an individual. It was very chivalrous, and he could still win. But those with vested interests were not so happy. They were used to dealing with everything in the way of businessmen. Similar things had happened in the past, but there was never a time when the problem couldn't be solved with money. If $1 million couldn't solve it, then $10 million. If $10 million couldn't solve it, then $100 million. If $100 million couldn't solve it, then $200 million. As long as the problem could be solved with money, it was not a problem. But for someone like Chen Guang, despite holding a high position, he still acted like a barefooted man who wasn't afraid of wearing shoes, which made them feel fearful. They weren't afraid of idiots, but they were afraid of idiots with power and influence. As for Chen Guang, who was already a member of the upper class, but didn't have the self-awareness of being one, they loved and feared him, be it in the political and business circles of Europe, the United States, or China. Now the four major sponsors were in an awkward position. They were a little afraid. Chu Zijin didn't feel good either. She hadn't suffered many setbacks since she was young, and this was the first time. She never blamed Chen Guang for not caring about Tianguang Media. Instead, she often blamed herself in her heart. Chen Guang trusted her so much, handing over $1 billion and such a big company to her. Alright, in fact, he had volunteered to do so. But now it seemed that she had messed it up. She had originally planned to put all her effort into the last 3 episodes and fight to the death. No matter what, she had to make up for the decline. But today, she encountered the pressure of the 4 major sponsors. She was still in a terrible situation when Chen Guang suddenly came in and showed him her down and out. Chu Zijin quietly looked at Chen Guang's seemingly calm expression and guessed that he was probably very disappointed in her. "Boss, I'm sorry." Chu Zijin sighed and decided to take the initiative to take responsibility. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang waved his hand and interrupted Chu Zijin. "Let's talk about this later. I'll have a good talk with these 4 first." Mr. Li of Longhe Group said embarrassedly. "Mr. Chen, we are here today to see the situation and understand the specific plan of your company for the next 3 episodes. Chen Guang grinned and said with a fake smile, "Mr. Li of Longhe Group, I heard every word of what you said to my little Chu just now. It's not necessarily a good thing for people to have good ears, but there's no other way. Mr. Li, your voice is like thunder. It's impossible not to hear it." The 4 sponsor representatives suddenly froze and cursed in their hearts. "You are a billionaire. How could you do such a lowly thing like eavesdropping?" Mr. Li, Mr. Liu, and the others were in the air for a while, feeling extremely uncomfortable. They couldn't make up their minds at that moment. My God. If they didn't change their strategy, they thought that it would be impossible for them to make a comeback in the next 3 episodes. But if they continued to sponsor, it was basically like throwing meat buns at a dog. It was like throwing money into the water. These 4 companies were all private enterprises. Unlike some large state-owned enterprises that could lose tens of millions of dollars without blinking an eye. But now that the matter had been exposed by Chen Guang, if they continued to demand to tear up the contract, it seemed that they would offend him again. What should they do? Mr. Long and Mr. Li hesitated for a long time, frantically weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, but still reluctantly decided to give in. He sighed and said, "Mr. Chen, we didn't really mean that before. We were doing it for the sake of the show. Forget it, it's indeed our fault. Anyway, the day after tomorrow, Our company will transfer the remaining payment. How about it? The other 3 companies also followed suit. Chen Guang looked at these people's sad faces and didn't want to talk to them anymore. Forget it. I'll make the decision to void your sponsorship contract, okay? You don't have to pay the remaining payment, and we won't hold you responsible for breaking the contract. Of course, the previous 3 episodes have been fulfilled, and we won't refund you. We don't owe each other anything in the future, okay? Mr. Li thought that Chen Guang was bluffing. Mr. Chen, that's not what I meant. Chen Guang interrupted him again impatiently. Can we be more honest? If you don't want to sponsor, then don't sponsor. Don't make it seem like I'm threatening you or something. We don't lack money. I'm grateful for the previous cooperation. But for the matters in the future, let's go our separate ways, okay? Mr. Li and the others looked at him suspiciously. This Mr. Chen, do you mean it? Yes. This time, the people from the 4 sponsors finally left happily. They went back and arranged for people to come to Tianguang Media to handle the handover. When most of them had left, Chu Zijin said hesitantly, "This doesn't seem to be a good idea?" Chen Guang shook his head. "It doesn't matter. They'll regret it." Chu Zijin thought that he was going to settle the score later. Unexpectedly, Chen Guang said, "When they see the ratings for the next 3 episodes explode, if it were me, I would definitely find a piece of tofu and kill myself." Chapter 1142. Hearing his absolutely confident tone, Chu Zijin didn't seem very excited. Instead, she looked at him helplessly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Chen Guang keenly sensed her abnormality and asked, "Why have you become so bashful? Just get straight to the point." Chu Zijin tidied up her shoulder-length hair and sighed. "Alas, I'm sorry. I have to reflect on myself. I've failed to live up to your trust. You trusted me so much, but in the end, you still have to do it yourself." Hearing this, Chen Guang knew what she was thinking. Well, it was his decision to personally intervene in this matter that made her feel even more frustrated. Chen Guang thought for a moment and patted her on the shoulder with a smile. "You worry too much. I'm not blaming you. Also, don't take it to heart just because those 4 stupid sponsors have some opinions. It's already very good for you to have a viewership rating of 0 for your first variety show. You see, there are so many companies and TV stations that do variety shows in the country. Our god of popularity should at least be in the top 5, right?" Chu Zijin said unwillingly. "But our company is different from ordinary companies. A lot of this viewership rating is based on your previous reputation. If we were really just an ordinary company, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a viewership rating of 0.5. Compared to our investment, this is a complete failure." But don't ordinary companies use those strange and disgusting methods to create hype? Isn't that right? Since we've chosen to do things openly and have no intention of changing, of course, there's no need to always use our disadvantages to compete with others, right? The current results of God of Popularity can only be said to be average, but it's not as bad as you think. Although it does benefit a little from my reputation, it's not as much as you think. Also, considering the difference in our way of doing things, this program can't be considered a complete failure. Chu Zijin nodded, but immediately shook her head. "Thank you for your comfort, but the program's viewership rating is indeed not satisfactory." Chen Guang shrugged. "There are many people who will do anything for the sake of viewership, but that doesn't include us. Viewership rating is not the only criterion to evaluate the success of a program. What's important is whether we did what we wanted, right? But you've always been successful. But I've never pursued success in terms of ratings and influence. What I want is something else. The viewership ratings are just incidental. Our variety show is the same. Now let me ask you a question. Chu, what kind of show do you want to do? Is it purely based on viewership ratings to judge success or failure?" Chu Zijin thought for a moment and said, "That's not entirely the case. I just want to create a show that can show all the extraordinary people in China. I hope that more people can be like you and challenge more things that ordinary people think are impossible on this show." Chen Guang nodded. "Isn't that enough? I've also seen the comments on the internet. Currently, the public's reputation is polarized. Some people felt that this was a program with a conscience. It was well produced, not hyped up, and one with quality. However, there was another group of people who felt that the program itself was a bit boring. In terms of articles, it was more like an expository article than a novel, and it made people unable to lift their spirits. In short, those who liked the program would love it to death, and those who didn't would find it extremely annoying. Chu Zijin knew this herself. She sighed and said, "It's like this. I was too idealistic in the first 3 episodes. I thought that I would be like you in the past, showing my best side to the public and attracting everyone's attention." Chen Guang smiled and shook his head. "Then you're thinking too simply. There are many extraordinary people in this world, but no matter what their abilities are, there shouldn't be anyone who can reach my level." If anyone else had said this, they would have been laughed at for boasting shamelessly. However, these words came from Chen Guang, so Chu Zijin felt that it was very natural. "So the first 3 episodes were a failure. But this time, I really learned from my experience. I've also consulted many big shots in the industry. I'm very confident about the next 3 episodes. I guarantee that the program's overall rhythm and effect will be much better than the first 3 episodes." All right, you don't have to give me a military order. I want to be involved in the recording of the next 3 episodes. Not because I want to interfere with you, nor because I'm dissatisfied with the program's ratings. I have other motives. Chen Guang simply exposed Chu Zijin's little thoughts. "Other motives? You're not making up excuses to comfort me, are you?" Chu Zijin tilted her head. "That's enough. There's no end to it, is there?" Chen Guang was finally angered by her twisty and strange train of thought. He didn't know what was going on in his mind. He suddenly raised his hand and pulled the smaller Chu Zijin in front of him. Then he lifted his right foot and stepped on the coffee table. Chu Zijin screamed as she was placed on Chen Guang's thigh. Then, with a slap, his big palm heavily pasted on her fleshy buttocks. "Ah, what ah? Really, it's so dirty. Such a confident and independent Miss Chu. How did she become such an overcautious and self-blaming idiot, after only being a boss for a few days? Yes, I blame you for your incompetence, so I decided to do it myself. Are you satisfied now?" Chen Guang glared and shouted angrily. Then, as if he wasn't satisfied, he slapped her again. This time, Chu Zijin didn't cry out. Instead, her face was red, and she moaned and squirmed. It was unknown whether she was struggling or something. To be honest, after Chen Guangjin said this, the invisible pressure that she had been hiding in her heart recently really dissipated by half. "Aren't you counting on me to punish you? Then I'm going to punish you now. The 2 slaps just now were to punish you for your incompetence. Pa. The 3rd slap was to punish you for being headstrong and self-opinionated. You refused to learn from others and do variety shows properly. You insisted on having mental misophobia. Pa. The 4th slap was to punish you for becoming less and less confident. You failed to live up to my expectations of you. Pa. The 5th slap was to punish you. I clearly said that I had other motives, but your brain didn't think of asking me what the boss wanted. Instead, you were still immersed in your past failures. Pa. The 6th slap. All right, it doesn't have any special meaning. I'm just a little addicted." Chen Guang came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that the 6th slap he was talking about had uncontrollably touched the young lady's buttocks. He hurriedly retracted his hand and put her down. Chu Zijin, whose face was completely red, took a few heavy breaths before she calmed down. Chen Guang thought that she was going to be angry. Unexpectedly, she turned her head shyly, not daring to look at him. She only said in a mosquito-like voice, "Boss, I know I was wrong." Seeing this, Chen Guang was shocked. What kind of situation is this? Could it be that my 5 slaps and 1 touch unknowingly unlocked some kind of special characteristic of the once aloof young lady, who is now a beautiful and down-and-out Xiao Miss Chu? It's a sin. Chen Guang hurriedly forced himself to calm down and pretended to be businesslike. "Well, regarding your previous problem, I've already punished you. That's it. Now let's talk about serious business. No matter what, and no matter what the reason is, the result of the current performance is that the first 3 episodes of God of Hymns did not meet our expectations. Your idea is very good. You want to rely on hard power to make a show. However, the result is not satisfactory. Actually, although our publicity is weak, because of me, the show is still well known enough. However, the audience doesn't buy it. Moreover, the reputation of the show is divided into two levels. There can only be one explanation. The show's hard power is not enough. It's not that the quality of the show itself is not good enough. It's that if a variety show wants to be popular, it can't be picky with the audience. It has to be suitable for both the young and the old. It has to be able to attract a group of diehard fans. But it won't make the ordinary variety show audience feel disgusted. Your previous model of program planning did a good job in attracting diehard fans. However, as you said, there were some problems in the rendering of the show's effect. So now, Chu Zijin asked with a red face, then you still have to go on stage personally and show us how to render the show's effect. Chen Guang shook his head. No, actually, I've never known how to render. Every time I do something, I'll at most build a stage for myself. Then, like clocking into work, I'll stand on the stage and destroy all the people who don't like me and doubt my ability. As for the rest of the show's effects, they're all overinterpreted by the audience and my fans. I've never deliberately pursued these things, and it's the same this time. After Chen Guang finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, I'm not joking with you this time. I really have a purpose. Chu Zijin finally calmed down completely and returned to work mode. She had taught Chen Guang a lesson, and the effect was really good. What purpose? Chen Guang stretched out his right hand and waved it in front of her. I want the whole world to know that I'm the strongest person on this planet. No, it should be the strongest person in the history of this planet. Ah! Chu Zijin's reaction was the same as Xiong Er's. She was at a loss at first and didn't even believe it. Although Chen Guang had always been very good at fighting, and he often proved his ability in different fields, it was the first time he had made such a simple and crude request. This was even more straightforward than when he challenged for an Oscar. Just like you want to win an Oscar and be recognized as the best actor in the world? Chen Guang nodded. Yes, but you're so thin. Although I know you're very good at fighting, and you've won the World Arm Wrestling Championship in the past, to be the strongest person in history, that's too. Chu Zijin thought about it and grasped the main point. This is very difficult to prove. It's easy to be stronger than the people who are alive now. Just invite those world champions to do the show. If you can do it, you can challenge a little more and completely surpass their records. But how do you prove that you're stronger than the ancients? Chen Guang patted her on the shoulder. This is what you need to think about. In short, don't think about anything else for the 4th episode. Just challenge the limits of the human body. When the time comes, you can work hard and think of ideas. Things like tearing tigers and leopards, pulling a high-speed rail with your bare hands. It's not a problem. Anyway, I can give you a hint. After Chen Guang finished, he tried to think about the data he had measured on the dynamometer in Pierce, North America. Now that so much time had passed, his absolute strength had increased a lot under the double strengthening of the Earth Elemental Arcana and true martial divine art. Counting on his fingers, Chen Guang came up with a number. 3 tons. What? I said my absolute strength should be at least 3 tons. You just have to do the show according to this number. Are you really going to pull a high-speed rail with your bare hands? It's not impossible if you can talk to the railway headquarters about this. How about this, you try to talk to them first. And if you can't come to an agreement, I'll step in. In short, the show must be done to the best effect. It must be shocking to countless people. When Chen Guang and Chu Zijin were done, he turned around and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he thought for a moment, then turned back and said, Don't worry about the sponsors. I'll think of a way. Since he had decided to step in personally, and the thing he wanted to do was so big, it didn't matter who took over now. It would be like sending a pie from the sky. It was good that the previous 4 did not know what was good for them to get out of the way, so that outsiders would not benefit for no reason. Chen Guang's eyes turned, and he had a candidate. Before, he had been working happily with Shen Yuliang and the other second generations. This time, he could guarantee that they would not suffer a loss. As long as they were willing to give him face and come over to take over, he would definitely not treat them badly. Touching his face, Chen Guang felt that the fruit of his face should be enough. After leaving the temporary headquarters of Tianguang Media, Chen Guang had nothing to do anyway. Over there, Big Beard Deng was giving a lecture with several main creative teams at Yinjing University. Although it was called a lecture, the fundamental purpose was to promote the movie. It had been almost a month since the release of Women, but it was still full of momentum. This was simply an unplugged money printing machine. No one would say no to money. At least before the box office was obviously completely exhausted, the promotion couldn't stop. Of course, the name of this lecture was also very domineering. Global Seminar on World-Style Performing Arts. Chen Guang knew about this, but he didn't tell them. Instead, he secretly drove there and gave them a big surprise. Big Beard Deng was almost moved to tears of joy. It was not easy for him. As a movie director, he had done at least 50 roadshows in order to promote the movie, but from beginning to end, he did not get the cooperation of the male lead. Chen Guang's sudden appearance immediately caused an uproar in the crowd, raising the effect of the roadshow by countless levels. Fortunately, this was Yinjing University with a strong academic atmosphere. If this happened in another school, it would be hard to guarantee that the public security would not be in trouble. After that, Chen Guang invited Big Beard Deng and several main creative teams to a belated celebration dinner, which could be considered as a good comfort to everyone's wounded hearts. While eating, everyone talked about the matter of Meizhong Airlines, and they all expressed their support for his choice as a common enemy. However, Chen Guang looked calm, as if it was no big deal and not worth mentioning. In fact, for him now, there was really no big deal other than the statue and faith value. After eating, Chen Guang went to Inua Club again. This time, he took the initiative to ask Shen Yuliang and the other second-generation members. He was really afraid of Bai Hua's unorthodox way of not giving up on Qinyu, so he simply called Shen Yuliang alone to avoid Bai Hua. As a result, when he arrived at Inua Club, he still had a headache. God knew how well-informed Bai Hua was. He had actually been waiting for him in the private room like a thief. Chapter 1143. If it wasn't for Lin Jingwei's face, Chen Guang would have turned around and left if it wasn't for Lin Jingwei. But he still had to give face to Brother Bai Hua. Facing Brother Bai Hua, Chen Guang couldn't bring himself to lose face. Brother Bai, why are you here? I didn't want to bother you with such a small matter. Chen Guang chuckled as he sat down. He wouldn't take the initiative to mention Chen Yu's matter. Last time, Chen Yu had ruthlessly and thoroughly rejected him. Although Bai Hua was infatuated, he was no longer a child. He should be able to weigh these things. Bai Hua didn't disappoint Chen Guang. Seeing that Chen Guang didn't want to mention Chen Yu, he didn't harp on it. I happen to be free today. I heard that your show needs sponsorship. I was afraid that they wouldn't give you face, so I came to join in the fun. Hearing Bai Hua's words, Shen Yuliang didn't agree. Brother Bai, look at what you're saying. Who dares to not give Brother Guang face? You don't know, but when we heard that Brother Guang's show needs sponsorship, everyone almost fought over it. I say, Brother Guang, you should have looked for us from the beginning. Now you only have 3 episodes left. How is it interesting? Chen Guang was embarrassed by Shen Yuliang's words. I've always been indebted to you. I haven't even fulfilled my sponsorship contract. I don't have the face to see anyone. How could I trouble you again? The high school girl, who was in charge of the fashion brand, came over. Brother Guang, you're too modest. You don't know how well our products have been selling. Just like me, I used to only make trendy brands for young people. Recently, I couldn't resist the temptation, so I let the company make a sub-brand for middle-aged and elderly people. Brother Guang, guess what? Chen Guang asked curiously. What's wrong? The little girl said excitedly. It's selling very well. My mom even asked for 2 sets. If you don't believe me, you can go to the plaza and take a look. There are a lot of aunties wearing the sub-brands that I've endorsed. I forgot to tell you about this, but the people in your company know about it, so I let you endorse another clothing brand for the elderly. You won't blame me, right? Chen Guang didn't know if she was praising him or scolding him. You make it sound like I'm the friend of middle-aged and elderly women. With this face of mine, if I put it in the mirror, I would be as handsome as a little fresh meat. I think my fan base should probably be younger, but it doesn't matter if it's middle-aged and elderly clothing. Oh, okay. I will promote the children's clothing brand next month. Chen Guang. Thank you so much for not making baby diapers. However, after chatting with a few of them for a while, Chen Guang knew that the endorsement fee of 150 million yuan that they had spent on him previously was not in vain. Because he knew a lot of things, there would always be something suitable for others. His fan base was very wide, ranging from children a few years old to middle-aged and elderly people who were dozens of years old. One of his endorsements had the same effect as several of others' endorsements, and his image was positive enough. Although he only spent a day to shoot a commercial for them, and the rest of the time he only left a few photos for them to use sparingly, these brothers and sisters really made use of those photos in style and value. Although the endorsement contract they signed was expensive, now it seemed that it was completely worth the price of the ticket. Brother Guang, you don't know this, but now you're practically a household name. I feel that the reputation you've made in the past 6 months is even more resounding than the 10 years of hard work of Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage. It's hard to say for other places, but the junior high school students in my brother's school don't even ha-ha-ha anymore. They're now ha-ha-ha. What do you mean by ha-ha-ha? It's a fan of Brother Guang. Are you stupid? Chen Guang didn't believe it at first, until these people showed him the growth of their respective brands in the past few months. This time, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. He didn't have the self-awareness of a star artist. After taking other people's money, he didn't pay attention to the growth of other people's brands. Only now did he realize that his endorsement was extremely worth it. Ordinary products targeted at ordinary people were fine, but even the sales of heavy industrial machinery, namely excavators and tower cranes, had increased by 30%. Xin Yuliang's online car booking business was soaring. Not only did it stabilize the domestic market, but it also extended its tentacles to other parts of the Asia-Pacific region. These second and third generations, who didn't think so much at first, were simply rushing to give money to Bai Hua and Lin Jingwei. However, they had hitched a ride on Chen Guang's rapid rise in the past 6 months. It could be said that they had picked up a big bargain. It was no wonder that these people reacted so strongly when he and Xin Yuliang had only mentioned it to him. Chen Guang blushed from all the flattery. He pretended to be polite and said, "But this time, my show didn't have a good response. After all, I didn't participate in it before." Shen Yuliang directly said, "Brother Guang, we understand what you're doing. Since you took the initiative to look for us this time, you definitely won't cheat us, right? Will you participate in the next 3 episodes?" Chen Guang nodded. "At least I'll be in the 4th episode. The 5th and 6th episodes haven't been decided yet. As long as you're in the 1st episode, then we won't lose out on our sponsorship. Let's start the bidding now. Whoever offers the highest price will go up. Anyway, it's just 1 title sponsor and 3 special guests. First come, first served." Shen Yuliang waved his hand. Without waiting for Chen Guang's instructions, the group of people spontaneously started bidding on the spot. Looking at the 2nd and 3rd generations in the small private room, clamoring for a project worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, it was as lively as buying vegetables in a market. Chen Guang pinched his face and thought to himself, perhaps this old man's face is as good as a black card? While the others were bidding in the private room, Bai Hua suddenly received a call and pulled Chen Guang. "Chen Guang, come here. I have something to say to you." Chen Guang was subconsciously afraid, but seeing Brother Bai Hua's serious expression, he guessed that it wasn't about Chen Yu. He gathered his courage and left the private room with him. "Brother Bai, what's wrong?" Chen Guang asked anxiously. Bai Hua took a deep breath and looked at him deeply. "Chen Guang, I just received news that someone wants to kill you. The bounty should be more than 100 million US dollars. Many assassin organizations around the world are ready to make a move." Chen Guang was stunned at first, but then he laughed. "You can still laugh. Bai Hua said in a slightly reproachful tone. Chen Guang shrugged. Brother Bai, you know what I'm capable of. Chen Guang couldn't help but be so calm and arrogant in this kind of situation. Let's not talk about whether someone could really put a bullet in his stomach or head. Even if he was shot, so what? The old man could jump off a building and be smashed into meat paste, and still come back to life. I can't even commit suicide. If anyone's killer can kill me, I'll really send a plaque to their family. The plaque was written with a big respect. Bai Hua saw that he didn't take it seriously, and couldn't help but become anxious. I know you're the world's #1 martial artist, but assassins have all kinds of strange methods. They can always sneak attack you when you're unprepared. It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't let your guard down. Chen Guang didn't want him to worry too much, so he pretended to be very serious. That's fine. I'll be careful. But I'm not bragging. Even if I open my hand and let someone shoot at my stomach, I won't die. I really won't die. It's hard for me to die even if I want to. You're too confident. I can't explain it to you. Maybe one day I can tell you. But you won't understand now. Bai Hua couldn't do anything to him. Is that so? Okay then. Of course, thank you brother Bai Hua for telling me about this. Even if he wasn't afraid, Chen Guang was still a little unhappy to know that he was being targeted. The intelligence department just received the news. Originally, the elders wanted to confirm it before informing you. But since we're together, I'll tell you in advance. Right now, we don't know what's going on outside. But for now, we can only confirm that your name has appeared on the dark web. At present, we speculate that there aren't many forces in the world that can offer such a high bounty. According to the analysis of our informants in the dark web, it's possible that it's from both domestic and foreign forces. Chen Guang nodded and began to calculate in his mind. Strictly speaking, although he didn't have many enemies, he definitely had some. Just in China, Zheng He and Song Ningyuan, who represented the Tiansong Water Group, were one of them. As for overseas, American Airlines, which he had just defended, was also a possibility. On the surface, they couldn't win against him, but American Airlines and the Schultz family had suffered heavy losses. It was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't do such a risky thing. On one hand, they could vent their anger, and on the other hand, they could kill one to warn others. If he acted too tough, American Airlines couldn't do anything about it. But if he was assassinated, although there would never be evidence to prove it, people would always associate it with them. As long as there was no evidence, it was a good thing for others to associate it with them. In the future, if others wanted to find trouble with them like he did, they would have to think twice. Although US dollars were good, they needed to be alive to spend it, right? There was also Sanshin Corporation, who had excluded him because of the photocatalyst incident, and the Japanese consortium. Out of consideration of interests, being excluded by him could cause them to lose hundreds of billions of US dollars in the photocatalyst market. In the face of such a major potential loss, it was possible that they would make such a drastic decision. As the two were chatting, Chen Guang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Yage's grandfather. After the call was connected, as expected, Grandpa Jiang and Bai Hua were talking about the same thing. Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry. China has never been a fertile land for those who make trouble internationally. If they dare to come, we dare to deal with them. Right now, our top priority is to find out who is behind the scenes as soon as possible. We can only try to guess the source of the bounty on the dark web and try to negotiate with the other party. As long as we can make the other party realize that even if there is no evidence, they will have to pay a more painful price, and it is possible to cancel the bounty. Chen Guang nodded. Grandpa Jiang, I have a few candidates. Tell me, I'm listening. Hence, Chen Guang told him about his guesses. The old man on the other side nodded. Okay, let's have a plan first, then we'll talk. But your security? Chen Guang refused. I don't need to worry about my own security, but I have another request. No matter what, you must ensure the safety of my family and friends. If you don't have enough manpower, you want to borrow people from the Guangdong General Headquarters, right? I know, you're really strange. Even if you're not the director, those martial artists still only recognize you. Chen Guang smiled. I didn't give them magic potion. But since ancient times, people in the martial world have never been interested in the affairs of the court. Although they are willing to submit to the Guangding General Headquarters, they are still people in the martial world. Yes, you're right. If I knew this would happen, I would have begged you to stay. Then forget about it. Hearing that Grandpa Jiang was trying to pull him back, Chen Guang quickly refused. Let's talk about the bounty. Anyway, no matter what, I can't let anything happen to my family. If we really can't come to an agreement, and I really can't find any clues, then I may turn the tables. Chen Guang gave Grandpa Jiang a warning. Now that he was no longer the Wu of the past, once he said that he would turn the tables, it meant that he would take the initiative to make a move, and he was afraid that the waves would not be small. I understand. You want to get rid of evil, and cut the weeds at the roots, right? But there is a limit to this. You have to control yourself. Don't become like Ouyang Tianxing. Don't forget what you said before. Chen Guang nodded. I won't forget. I promise that I will kill a good person. I have a special technique that can make people reveal the truth, just like Schultz in the video. I can guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Grandpa Zhang's interest was aroused. I also wanted to ask you about this. What kind of technique is that? It is more effective than the truth serum. It is simply amazing. Anyway, you are the chief instructor in Shund. When are you going to open another class and impart your interrogation technique? Chen Guang quickly refused. Forget it, I can't teach this technique. What a joke. An elite of the martial sage realm like him would be exhausted after using the soul-snatching skill once. Even if it was a skin-strength martial artist, he was afraid that before the skill took effect, he would first become a corpse. In this world apart from him, no one could withstand the consumption of the soul-snatching skill. Chen Guang sat in the Yinhua Club for another half an hour. Shen Yuliang and the others were extremely efficient. After a round of fierce bidding, there were only 3 episodes left of Hi. My God. Sponsorship. The total price was more than 250 million yuan, which was snatched by this group of people. This made Chen Guang feel a little embarrassed. Since he had been given a favor, his words were soft, and he was too straightforward in owing him a favor. This created pressure on him. No matter what, the 4th episode had to be explosive. Otherwise, he would be letting them down. Just as Chen Guang was done, Chu Zijin, who was still at the headquarters of Tianguang Media, received a call. She was also shocked. In the past, when she came forward to talk about sponsors, she had to grumble and slap the table at the negotiating table. Both sides would often argue over a small profit. Every sponsorship, no matter how big or small, would take at least a few days to fine-tune the various details of the contract between the two sides. In the end, they would go through a lot of trouble to find common ground and put aside their differences. Finally, they would reach a clause that everyone felt was acceptable, but no one felt that they had earned anything. Just like the 4 sponsors that Chu Zijin had signed before. For the 160 million yuan, she had negotiated with many people. In the end, she still left a clause that was disadvantageous to her side, which was the clause that the sponsors could interfere with the program planning. Chen Guang, on the other hand, settled it with just a few words. When she received a call from the person in charge of the 4 sponsors, whose total price had reached 250 million yuan, and who would only sponsor the next 3 episodes, Chu Zijin did not react. Chu Zijin asked, "May I ask what specific requirements your company has?" The company replied, "No. Hey no. It's Brother Guang's program, what requirements can we have? In short, just remember not to make a mistake with our logo. Our company will send someone to discuss the details tomorrow. You can write the contract and whatnot. Anyway, Brother Guang can't cheat me." The company replied, "What requirements can we have? Brother Guang has the final say." The company replied, "I only have one requirement. Please provide us your account number as soon as possible. We need to pay as soon as possible." "Well, that's right. There's no need to sign the contract, just pay first." The company replied, "Don't ask me for any suggestions on the program planning. I don't understand these things. Hey, yes, if there's anything you need us to cooperate with on the program, just let me know. I have some connections at the railway headquarters. After hanging up the phone, Chu Zijing could not calm down for a long time. All along, other than when facing Chen Guang, she had always been an invincible genius girl in other people's eyes. But it was really infuriating to compare with others. Compared to Chen Guang, she was like an immature student. Just like this time, she thought that she could show off her abilities in front of him. Most importantly, she could prove her ability in front of him. Now, she had done it half-heartedly, and even let him see her embarrassing side. Then, he personally made a move, and the program sponsorship that had already collapsed instantly took a turn for the better in a few moves. Chu Zijin felt that she would forever be like everyone else, living in his shadow. But this could not be considered a shadow. She just always saw that there were people in this world who were so much better than her. Her heart was unwilling, but at the same time she admired him. It was exceptionally complicated. Chen Guang did not care about what Chu Zijin was thinking at this time. Instead, he focused on what the old man and brother Bai Hua had told him. He was afraid that Xianqin and Wu Miaowan from the Guangding headquarters did not know the inside story and did not give face to the old man. So, he called Xianqin first and explained the situation. Unexpectedly, before he could explain things clearly, Xianqin had already exploded on the other side. Don't worry, I'm going out now. I'll call a few elders to ensure the safety of uncle and auntie. Hey, wait a minute. I can't wait. I've already set off. Oh, by the way, recently, the special communication equipment provided by the military has gradually been popularized in the bureau. Just now, I sent out the highest level of alert. Now, the thousands of people in the bureau should have received the news. Chen Guang was a little speechless. He did not want to make such a big scene. On the other side, Xianqin pulled out her crisp Lolita voice and said, I want to see what kind of organization has the guts to dare to target the family of our Wulin's leader. This is turning the sky upside down. Big chrysanthemum leader, don't worry. All of your family and friends are guaranteed to be at least bone strength experts. Hey, wait, it seems that this deputy director is also your woman? Oh, then I have to bring along 2 naughty elders myself. Chen Guang was speechless. After not seeing Xianqin for a while, this little Lolita's official prestige had become a little too big. Also, wasn't I the former chrysanthemum leader of the Guangding headquarters? Pfft, old director. When did I give myself the title of Wulin's leader? Chapter 1144. A brief moment later, Chen Guang received another call from Wu Shan, informing him that the old man had already given out the mission. After listening to Wu Shan's overall arrangements, Chen Guang was completely relieved. The elders had given him enough face. Well, they might have been afraid of Chen Guang's so-called initiative. In short, they had come up with a whole set of operations specifically for this incident. The names they had come up with were particularly domineering and cool. Operation Glorious Shield. When he heard the name, Chen Guang's face turned red. I'm ashamed to face my ancestors. My Chen family has kept a low profile for several generations. Why am I such a weirdo in my generation? I can't keep a low profile anymore. According to the Glorious Shield's plan, nearly 1,000 elite soldiers from the nation's major military regions would be transferred to participate in this operation. Every single one of these soldiers could be considered the elite of the elite. They were not inferior to the special forces led by Xuelin. Of course, the main force of the entire Glorious Shield was not these people. Instead, it was the extremely rare members of the Guangding General Headquarters who had taken the initiative to cooperate with the military. Xianqin ran quickly, leaving the bitter Wu Miaowan in the Guangding General Headquarters. Wu Miaowan cursed Xianqin for her indiscretions and seizing the opportunity to get close to Chen Guang's parents. At the same time, she had to urgently call for a conference call to explain the current situation of their old leader, the publicly acknowledged leader of the martial arts world, Chen Guang, to the others. Initially, Xiao Miaowan was worried that these unruly leaders of the major sects would not do their best to help. She did not expect them to almost fight over the quota in the conference call. Dai Quan, the leader of the Xinqing sect, was unwilling to pass on the responsibility. Since ancient times, the Shunqing sect has been an expert in escorting and protecting goods. Whether it's guarding the home or guarding against criminals, we are all experts. Deputy Director Wu, you don't have to say anything. Leave the important task of protecting the director's parents to me. Wu Miaowan was particularly embarrassed. Deputy Director Xian has already brought her 1,000 sex experts to protect the sect. There are also 2 seniors at the peak of Pai Jin with them. There are no more traps over there. Dai Quan said anxiously. Then it's the director's grandparents. Alright. Sect leader Dai. Your Shunqing sect is good at footwork. But when it comes to life and death, our 7 stars formation is more reliable. Don't say anything. All 49 inner sect disciples of our Green Mountain sect are here. And there are 7 sword formations of 7 stars. All the immediate family members of the director of the Green Mountain sect are ours. Dai Quan cursed. Get lost. You old scum. However, another loud and clear voice came from the special communicator. Be quiet. I, Panda, the boxing tyrant, haven't spoken yet. I'm sorry, but my 18 arhats are already on their way. We're close to the director's hometown. Everyone, let's get there first. Dai Quan, the sect master of the Green Mountain Sword sect, and the others cursed him. Despicable. Shameless. You're a dog in the manger. At this time, the voice of plainclothes sect's Taoist Song Song came from inside. I'm really sorry. Recently, I've brought many inner disciples to Lilai County's Immortal Crane Temple to visit friends. I'm now at the ground floor of the Chief Bureau's maternal grandparents' house. In fact, I just went to the door of the Chief Bureau's house. Vice Bureau Master Xian is still on her way, so I asked my eldest disciple to watch over her. Damn it! You bastard! You shameless old ox nose! You said you were going to the Immortal Crane Temple last month. Why haven't you left yet? Are you staying in Lilai County? You old fart. The shameless behavior of Taoist Song Song drew likes from all directions. I'm sorry, but the sect master May of our Flower Rose sect is by Madame Zhua's side. She has been protecting Madame Zhua for many days. Of course, I'm the acting sect master, so if the Chief Bureau is in trouble, I won't shirk my responsibility. Our Flower Rose sect has many female disciples, so it's my duty to be the bodyguards of the Chief Bureau's female relatives. I'm sorry, I have something to say. Mayame Temple is full of nuns as well. Bah, you're an old nun who talks about the Buddha. Don't tell me you're going to escort her to the temple to become a monk. It's better than you guys tricking her into acting and selling her body. Wu Miaowan's ears were hurting from all the quarreling seniors in the communication device. She had no choice but to use her authority as the Vice Bureau Chief. Seniors, stop making noise. Please listen to me. She used to address herself as a junior in front of these seniors, but this time, she had no choice but to state her identity first. She was afraid that she would not be able to control the situation. Panda, who wanted to be the most unruly, saw that Taoist Song Song had beaten him to it, so he decisively put the blame on himself. That's right. We'll listen to Vice Bureau Chief Wu. We can't break the rules just to curry favor with the Chief Bureau Chief. We're not completely Jianghu people now. We're public servants in the system, so we have to follow the rules. Old Baldy, for example, is now a deputy director level cadre. That's right. I, the Vice Bureau Chief, have something to say. That's great. The Vice Bureau Chief likes it. Panda's words won everyone's approval. With that, the situation was finally brought under control. Wu Miaowan had to rack her brains for a long time before she managed to come up with a comprehensive plan based on the strengths of the various sects, the realms of the experts sent by each sect, and the relationship between everyone related to Chen Guang that was listed in the Radiant Shield's operation plan. Wu Miaowan was exhausted by the time she was done. Not enough manpower? What a joke! After the Poison Sect, Dark Sect, and other evil sects were eliminated, the newly selected 8 major sects and 27 sects sent out almost all their elites. There was no such thing as a shortage of manpower. If not for such a large-scale operation, Wu Miaowan would not have known that these major sects were so well equipped. Perhaps there were only so many top-notch experts on the surface, But core disciples at the early stage of skin force, or the peak of bone force, were a dime a dozen. After assigning the tasks, Wu Miaowan was truly at a loss. She could not help but secretly contact Fist King Panda's signal. Master Pan, what's up with you guys? Has everyone been very free lately? On the other side, Panda rubbed his big bald head. Deputy Bureau Chief Wu, don't you know? Wu Miaowan looked confused. What's going on? What did Big Chrysanthemum do this time? Sect leader May of Chrysanthemum Flower Sect has broken through the peak of skin force and reached the peak of Chrysanthemum Flower Sect, the paper-folding realm. Wu Miaowan was shocked. Oh my god! This is great news. Sect leader May should hold a martial arts gathering to celebrate. Panda smacked his lips. Hasn't sect leader May been overseas recently to be the chief's old flame? To be the chief's teacher's bodyguard? How could she have the time to come back? The martial arts gathering must be held. It's been 300 years since Chrysanthemum Flower Sect has a paper-folding elite. This is indeed a joyous occasion, but we don't have the time now. We'll hold it in the future. When did this happen? Just a few days ago. Just a few days ago. Wu Miaowan looked confused. Of course she knew about Aunt May of Chrysanthemum Flower Sect. She had been stuck at the peak of skin force for at least 20 to 30 years. How did she break through just like that? That's right. According to sect leader May, in order to express his gratitude to her for protecting teacher Zhua, the Director General specially spent half a day to give her some pointers. At that time, she felt something in her heart. She felt as if the fog in her heart had been pushed aside, and she could see the light. She just had to cultivate outside teacher Zhua's lab for a few days, and then everything would be fine. I thought you would know about it, Deputy Bureau Chief Wu. After all, we all know that you're also the chief's old flame. Confidant. That's right. Confidant. So that's how it is. Wu Miaowan came to a sudden realization. No wonder these seniors of the pugilistic world were all crazy and full of energy. If anyone else saw Aunt May break through like this, how could they not be envious? But they were not that close to Chen Guang. The pointers of an elite might seem simple, but the other party cared more about their mood. A conversation with an elite was better than 10 years of studying. Such benefits were hard to buy, but they were not related, and the chief was not in the office. He was busy all day, so how could they disturb him so easily? Perhaps they were worried that they would not have the chance to ask the chief for help. Now they should learn from sect leader May and do him a favor. Sooner or later, they would have the chance to beg him. Compared to the possible benefits, what was a period of hard labor for someone's house guard? That was an opportunity, not a hard labor. Wu Miaowan was furious. In order to trick the great demon leader into teaching her a few moves, she had almost stripped naked and jumped in front of him to stick out her butt. But in the end, this guy never did anything right and never gave her any benefits. She only became a guard for your lover for a few days, and you're so biased? You gave her pointers to break through skin force? You heartless bastard. I'm your lover, you can't do this. Ahaha, so that's how it is. I know that, the chief used to give me pointers often, but how can people compare? Sect leader May has been at the peak of skin force for many years, and should be ready to break through. I'm still young, there's no rush. Alright, Deputy Chief Wu, I'll get back to work now? Alright, Master Pan, go ahead. Thank you for answering my questions. After hanging up, Wu Miaowan became angrier the more she thought about it. But not long after, she felt that it was ridiculous and burst out laughing. Chen Guang had actually helped her and her lover before, much more than he had helped others. He did not favor one and discriminate against the other. But just like what he had said, how could people compare with each other? In the path of martial arts, although pointers from experts could enlighten people, it was more important to rely on oneself to cultivate. If one's realm was not up to par, no amount of pointers would be of use. Unfortunately, if Master was still alive, perhaps he could have become an expert of the next realm under his pointers, just like Aunt May from the Flower sect. But the dead could not be resurrected. No matter how much regret there was, it could only be repaid in the next life. Now that she and her lover had taken over the sect, they would definitely be able to carry it forward. With that in mind, Wu Miaowan sent Chen Guang, all the aspects of the Glorious Shield's operation plan that the General Directorate of Light was in charge of. Yes, she sent a QQ offline file. Chapter 1145. After reading it, Chen Guang felt that he owed a huge debt of gratitude. Other than gratitude, there was only shame. In fact, since a few months ago, after Chen Guang became the director of the Guangding General Administration, secret guards had been placed around his core family members. Chen Guang was well aware of this, but he didn't think it was surveillance. He had always been upright and honest, so he wasn't afraid of surveillance. In addition, if the elders really wanted to prevent him from harboring any evil intentions, this surveillance wouldn't be able to prevent it. For a person of his level and ability, if he wanted to do some evil tricks, no amount of surveillance would be able to stop him. But if his real pursuit was in other aspects, and he didn't have any shameful intentions, then these secret guards couldn't be called surveillance at all. It could even be said that because of his past and present identity, they spent the country's resources to match him with public resources. Modern warfare, to put it bluntly, was a battle of money. Every time an elite warrior was trained, especially an elite agent who could take on security missions, the cost was extremely high. If the weight of a $100 bill was to be measured, it would even exceed the weight of the warrior himself. The warriors who were previously arranged to be Chen Guang's core family members could be called walking RMB in a sense. Although the elite warriors ate the royal rations were also money, and so were the army's pay. The security of these people was something that ordinary people couldn't enjoy, or even imagine in their lifetime. But Chen Guang deserved it. Based on what he had done in the past, it was worthy of such attention. But regarding the internal force martial artists, if it wasn't for his sudden appearance, the internal force martial artists would still be a great threat to the country, not to mention working together and supporting each other. But Chen Guang was a thin-skinned person, and he didn't like to take credit for himself. He didn't even realize in his heart that what he had done was a great deed that would last for thousands of years. He always felt that he only did what he should do within the scope of his ability. He didn't like to be an official. Otherwise, the other 99 people in the 100-people plan that Lin Jingwei mentioned might be able to compete with him. Therefore, he didn't need any conspiracy at all. As long as he wanted to and was willing to change himself, the elders in Yanjing might be even more eager to hand over the power to him. Just as Lin Jingwei had said, although there was a clan to govern a country, it also needed capable people. Chen Guang himself was that capable person that no one could ignore. Although he had relinquished power, the credit was still there. With the photocatalyst as an example, it proved that he would do more things in the future. He was still constantly creating miracles. Spending public resources on him would always be a profit, and never a loss. Chen Guang made a few more calls to his family. Since things had already come to this, he couldn't hide it from them. Letting them know would also help them be more vigilant. After being busy for most of the night, he finally settled down. In fact, he also wanted to find out who put up the bounty. He even called Chu Zijin, who was still asleep. However, the bounty on the deep web was completely hidden. From the release of the task to the acceptance of the task, it was both anonymous. The deep web's own defense system also gathered the wisdom of countless underground hackers around the world. Even someone as strong as Chu Zijin couldn't do anything to the deep web. At most, she could only be regarded as one of the top 10 hackers in the world, not the first in the world. The deep web structure was very loose, and it had the help of a top hacker team. Moreover, even if it was breached, if the database of others was originally that kind of two-way anonymous information, it could only serve as a bridge between the release of tasks and the acceptance of tasks. It was impossible to get any substantive information from it. Governments around the world had worked hard for more than 10 years to conquer the deep web, but there was no practical effect. In desperation, Chen Guang could only let it go. Although he had a few general areas, it was impossible for him to personally interrogate them one by one. Right? He would deal with it when it came. In the next few days, Chen Guang didn't return to the 5 capitals. Instead, He stayed in Yanjing and waited for the high. My God. Specific planning progress of the fourth episode. Considering his personal needs, this time Chu Zijin also tried to figure out Chen Guang's previous style of doing things, and then followed his standard of 3 tons of absolute strength. In addition, since it was a variety show, it couldn't just be him. He had to invite some well-known and competitive strongmen to participate in the competition, of course, including the Olympic champion. With others as a foil, he could show his strength. However, the Olympic champion of the national team would not easily participate in some variety shows, and he couldn't easily disrupt other people's training plans. If it was only Chu Zijin who went to invite people, she might not be able to do it. At this time, it was Chen Guang himself who had to do it. It was also beneficial for him to stay in Yanjing. In addition, in the past few days, he had dragged Big Beard Deng to participate in several promotional activities to promote women, including being interviewed by well-known overseas talk shows. Usually, Conan wouldn't go to places outside of the United States to do shows, but if the guest of the show was Chen Guang, there would be no such thing. In fact, a long time ago, when Chen Guang was still in Los Angeles, Conan had taken the initiative to contact Chen Guang more than once, hoping to do an interview for him. Unfortunately, even when Chen Guang returned to China, he couldn't get a slot. After all, in Chen Guang's opinion, time was more valuable than money. When he needed popularity, he could take the initiative to pay for an interview with UBC. When he didn't need popularity, it became someone else who needed him. Then sorry, I'm busy. This time, Conan also heard from a friend that Chen Guang would have a few days to cooperate with the promotional plan of women. So he took the initiative to contact Big Beard Deng and directly ran to Yanjing to meet Chen Guang. Chen Guang talked for an hour with this popular talk show host in the United States for many years, and he regretted not taking the initiative to go on his show. The reason was that this guy was really good with words. Not only did he help him complete the promotional work for women, but he also took the initiative to bring the topic to American Airlines. The interview went like this. Mr. Chen, I heard that you still don't have any intention of reconciling with American Airlines, and the day of you going to court is getting closer. Now American Airlines is trying to use the interference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to let your visa expire, so that you can't go to court. What do you think of this? Is that so? Everyone knows that I'm law-abiding in the United States, and I have no bad records. If your country's federal government supports American Airlines' dirty tricks, then the most angry and anxious people in the United States shouldn't be me, but the people of color in the United States. I'm sure everyone knows what this means, right? As far as I know, there is almost no racial discrimination in China. Why would you focus on this, Mr. Chen? It's impossible for discrimination to happen to you, right? Chen Guang smiled and shook his head. No, I've encountered it this time. American Airlines has taught me a very profound lesson. I oppose all discrimination. No one can choose the family they are born into, and they can't choose the color of their skin. A person might be discriminated against because of his laziness or his moral character, but it shouldn't be because of his appearance, skin color, or even what he wears. A white man in a suit and tie isn't necessarily noble, and a black man in shorts isn't necessarily inferior. So, you'd rather give up the extremely generous private compensation and choose to go to court? According to our investigation, Baker Law Firm has filed a total of 157 charges against American Airlines and the Los Angeles Police Department. Yes, they must apologize. Not only to me, but also to all the people who have been discriminated against by them. When the police officer named Jack pulled out his gun, there was no room for reconciliation. Conan asked again, Schultz may be sentenced to life in prison. What do you think of this? He asked for it. Crimes can't be covered by dollars. Of course, rich people should be punished for their crimes. Why, isn't hiring someone to kill someone sentenced to death in your country? That's really regrettable. But he's facing more than 200 years in prison, and he can't be released on bail. That's good. Then, Mr. Chen, what else do you want to say to American Airlines now? Chen Guang turned his head to look at the camera, thinking of his big name on the dark web. A reward of 100 million US dollars? He grinned. There's a famous saying in China. We don't advocate war, but we're never afraid of war. You're on your own. Conan's interview would be broadcast on ABC this weekend during prime time. The senior executives of American Airlines would definitely be able to see it. Chen Guang didn't care whether they were behind it or not. Anyway, he had to say it first. If it was them, they should be able to feel something when they saw his statement. If it wasn't them, it didn't matter. Anyway, other people would definitely be able to see it. Now that he was a tall tree that attracted the wind and couldn't keep a low profile, he had to let all the people and forces who coveted him know that a tiger's, but couldn't be touched. Of course, in addition to being busy with these miscellaneous things, Chen Guang didn't idle around these days. He carried a big backpack with him, which was filled with his professional course materials for this semester. He also brought his laptop with him, which was filled with revision courseware that Sun Xiaoxuan had carefully prepared for him. Others might not believe that such a person would actually care so much about the university's final exam. Moreover, he didn't plan to cheat, nor did he plan to use any special conditions to directly get himself the green light for all subjects. People who didn't know him well would call him stupid and say that he was bored out of his mind. However, he didn't think too much about it. He just felt that since he had boasted back then, his words had to count. Therefore, he had to take the test. Unfortunately, he couldn't save any faith points now. Otherwise, he could still use the customized special cup training to force his way through like last semester. Now that mortgage loans were as fierce as a tiger, he had to rely on himself. After a full 7 days, everything looked calm and peaceful. With the cooperation of dozens of employees from Tianguang Media, the 4th episode of God of Happiness, which had the strongest body in human history, officially began recording. Chapter 1146. Sitting in the same bus as Chu Zijin, Chen Guang realized that he was not at ease. He had forgotten one thing when he told Bai Hua that he was not afraid of thieves. Now that he was sitting in the same bus as Chu Zijin, he realized that this was a very serious problem. He was not afraid of death, but others were. Just like now, if the assassin hired by the other party took out a big gun and shot at the whole bus. If he discovered it in advance, it would be fine. He could fly out and catch the bomb with his bare hands. But what if he dozed off and failed to defend himself? In the same way, what if a remote-controlled bomb was hidden under the road while they were driving? If he could stay on high alert for 24 hours, he could indeed predict this kind of danger in advance. But that was impossible. People tend to be distracted. What if they exploded in the moment of distraction? He could resurrect himself. But what about the others? This problem was not serious a few days ago. But just before he left this morning, he suddenly received a notice from the Shun Special Training Camp that a group of people had sneaked into the country yesterday. In addition, there were several organizations that had been under surveillance abroad that had their members acting strangely. Although they could not track them in time, it was very likely that they had come to China because of the 100 million US dollars bounty. A few days after the dark web bounty was released, the 100 million US dollars bounty was like a stone thrown into a lake. It gradually began to cause waves. This meant that his peaceful life was about to be broken. It meant that the danger of staying on the dark web could suddenly become a real danger at some point in time. Chen Guang, what's wrong? You seem to be very nervous from the moment you got on the bus. Chu Zijin, who was sitting beside him, keenly noticed his abnormality and asked, I'm fine. At least I'm fine now. Chen Guang rubbed his brows. He was not lying to Chu Zijin. At least before he let his guard down, nothing would happen. Oh. Seeing that he was not willing to say, Chu Zijin did not press him. Chen Guang silently turned his face out of the window. Beside the bus was an old Huaxia military off-road vehicle, which also belonged to Tianguang Media's fleet. Chen Guang recognized the people sitting in the back of the vehicle. They were 2 sect experts who were originally stationed near Yanjing. Chu Zijin was also one of the candidates on the list of the Glorious Shield. In fact, These two experts had already snuck into the program a few days ago and secretly followed Chu Zijin. Separated by 2 layers of glass, Chen Guang exchanged glances with the 2 experts in the back seat of the car, and then nodded slightly. Forget it. I'll let them record first when I get there. I'll go back to the recording studio when I have my own scenes. Xiao Chu, help me find a car in Langfang County. I will drive myself. I won't be going with you. Chen Guang thought to himself. Rather than sitting in the same car with someone else and being scared and not wanting to implicate them, it would be more comfortable to drive alone. All right. Although Chu Zijin didn't understand his intentions, her personality was like this. She never asked questions that she shouldn't ask. Chen Guang closed his eyes and pretended to sleep again. It had only been a few days, but he deeply understood how painful it was to be remembered by others. Sigh. I'm still a little too confident. I'm not strong enough to create my own world with my thoughts. Before this matter is over, I have to live as a loner. The group arrived at the filming location. Because of Chen Guang's sudden strange request, Chu Zijin had no choice but to adjust the recording plan at the last minute. She first recorded everyone else's scenes, then planned the scenes that required Chen Guang's appearance together, and settled it all at once. Because of this, Chen Guang didn't dare to stay in the same hotel as others. Instead, he found another small hotel with few people. While the other side was recording, he didn't go far. Instead, he watched from a distance of 300 to 400 meters like a thief. He was really annoyed by this, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Forget it. When this matter is over, I might as well take the initiative. This kind of passive feeling is really terrible. Clenching his fists, Chen Guang repeated the names of the candidates in his heart. At most, I'll just waste a little more effort. I'll personally bestow the soul-snatching art on all of you. And all you have to do is answer me. I've already reminded you. It's you who are stubborn. Then don't blame me for bullying ordinary people because I have a golden finger. Gnashing his teeth, Chen Guang was annoyed by Su Tao's words. Chu Zijin thought that he was probably sick. Something must have gone wrong in his brain. Why did he hide so far away for no reason? Chen Guang wanted to tell her that he could be under the watch of the killer at any time. He even wanted to tell her that 2 of the newly recruited workers in the film crew were rare internal strength masters that ordinary people dreamed of. But he didn't say it in the end. It wasn't that he was selfish, but that the target of the killer was only him. Whether he told Chu Zijin or not, nothing would change. If he told her, it would only make her uneasy for no reason, and there would be no benefit. When they were in danger because of him, it was also when he was with them. The situation seemed to be very dangerous, but in fact, if he kept a high level of vigilance, there was nothing to be afraid of. Now that he was extremely relaxed, it seemed dangerous, but in fact nothing happened. Probably in a sense, Chen Guang might be the first weirdo in the history of the world who was worried about the safety of others, because he was targeted by the killer. The first day of filming passed without any surprises or mishaps. They mainly recorded the various challenges of other strongmen in the corridors, such as pulling a truck with one hand, lifting a car with one arm, carrying several adult men in a tug-of-war, and so on. These were the common methods of some ordinary Guinness programs or Hercules programs, and there was nothing special about them. If they only relied on these scenes, the fate of this program would basically be no different from the fate of the previous 3 episodes. Even the other people who were recording the program with them were not very optimistic. If it weren't for the fact that the person who invited them was Chen Guang, that the task was directly arranged by the higher-ups, and that they had the opportunity to compete with Chen Guang, these top strong men from all over the world, and the Olympic champions of the Chinese weightlifting team, would not have come to participate in this program. But after a whole day of recording, except for the bus that Chen Guang took on the way here, the guests did not see anyone else. Not only that, but even the recording plan was temporarily adjusted. The competition that many guests had been looking forward to did not appear, and it was all a one-man show. Although there were also cheers from the audience, it was always a little less interesting, and it seemed very fake. Although they had long heard that variety shows nowadays were not like the past, and had become various kinds of editing and gluing, all for the program effect. But when this kind of thing really happened to them, they still felt very vexed. When they thought that Chen Guang's scenes would be integrated into the whole program one by one, they thought that the audience would be fooled by the seemingly seamless editing, and they would think that they were really competing with him. But in fact, it was just the effect of the editing. They felt very disgusted. How was this a competition? It was clearly a fraud. Sigh, I thought we could compete with Superman. But it turns out that it's actually like this. That's right, fraud. It seems that Superman is no different from those celebrities who rely on hype. You can't say that. I have carefully studied his previous programs, and they don't seem to be fake. But this time, I don't know what he took wrong, but he suddenly wants to compete with us. This is completely different from what he did in the past. That's right, how strong a person is can be seen from his body. How can he compete with us with that head of his? Don't you know that he used to be the champion of the world arm wrestling competition? We know, but so what? You can't possibly think that people will cooperate with him in that kind of international competition, right? That won't happen, but we are competing with the strength of the whole body. Just like when we pull a truck, we not only rely on wrist strength and arm strength, but also the strength of the waist and legs. There are many arm wrestling masters with unstable lower bodies. A few years ago, I once wrestled with a foreign champion, and he was thrown out with his eyes closed. It was not a problem at all. That's true. Then it feels like we have become his background. Do we have to go against our conscience to promote him? I don't know what you think, but anyway, I feel this way, and it's quite unpleasant. If it wasn't for the head office specifically talking to me before we left, I really didn't want to do this. I'm so disappointed. When I go back, I'll tell my nephew to stop worshipping him. Boring, really boring. This person, once he has money and status, he will become bad, and he will think of such empty tricks. I think he is at his wit's end, but he still needs a good reputation, so he came up with this fraud. Why bother? Isn't his movie quite popular now? Who knows, the world of the rich is so *king complicated. Forget it. Anyway, the appearance fee he gives is high enough, and the team also has subsidies. We can't afford to offend him, so just talk to him in private, don't gossip outside. I know, but look at those foreign strongmen over there, they are not as sensible as us. Do you want to go and say hello to them? Forget it, we are not his lackeys, it's not worth it to run errands for him. We just want these international friends full of a sense of justice to expose all the fraud and shameless acts. Chen Guang, who was being criticized in all kinds of ways in private, spent the whole day lying on the beach chair that Chu Zijin sent over. Originally, he was supposed to cooperate with the other guests to finish the recording today, but after the adjustment of the recording plan, his scenes were all moved to tomorrow. He also knew that the guests would more or less have opinions, and if he encountered this kind of thing, he would also be unhappy, but he had no choice. Putting himself in their shoes, it was completely understandable for others to have opinions. Chapter 1147. Why don't you come with us from the start tomorrow morning? After today, everyone will have some opinions about it. That night, Chen Guang still did not go to the hotel where Chu Zijin and the others were staying. Instead, he chose to have a conference call with Chu Zijin at another hotel on the other side of Langfang County. Chen Guang stood in front of the window. There's no hurry. We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. You should stick to the original plan for the time being. It'd be best if I can compress the recording time a little. It'd be best if it can be controlled within an hour. Chu Zijin finally could not help but ask. Didn't you say that the bounty matter is not a threat to you? But I keep feeling that something is wrong with you today. Chen Guang sighed. It doesn't affect me, but you guys are not me, right? Chu Zijin thought for a moment, and suddenly came to a realization. I see. Why don't we change the filming time? We can reshoot your scenes after your matter is resolved? That's too much trouble. We should finish filming the 4th episode as soon as possible, and let the show air again. I'm also very anxious about this matter. Why is there the sound of wind on your side? Aren't you in your room? What's wrong? From the phone, Chu Zijin first heard the whistling sound of wind, and then a loud bang. She was shocked. Chen Guang's calm voice came from the phone. It's nothing. I just went out, and suddenly wanted to go for a night jog to stretch my muscles. Night jog? Stretch my muscles? That's right. Life is about exercise. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. See you tomorrow. After Chen Guang finished speaking, he did not wait for Chu Zijin to reply, and hung up the phone with a snap. Of course, he would not go for a night jog for no reason. At this moment, he was traversing the streets of Langfang County at an extremely terrifying speed, like a ghost. Even the newly upgraded high-definition high-speed Skynet camera could not capture his figure at all. After waiting bitterly for several days, and today was even more frightening. Finally, the person he was waiting for had arrived. He did not know which unlucky organization it was. In short, the moment he opened the curtains and looked outside, he keenly caught a prying gaze. This gaze was at least 1,000 meters away from him. It came from a small hill in the distance. Someone was looking at his window with binoculars. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have been able to detect the spying from so far away. But things were different now. His spiritual energy was stronger than before. As the earth explosion, he was constantly absorbing the power of the earth element in the world, which made his connection with everything in this world even closer. When he was fully focused on himself and raised his alertness and acuity to the highest, his sixth sense would become extremely terrifying. He would be able to sense even the slightest movement. Not to mention being spied on by a killer with binoculars. Even if a sparrow turned its head to look at him from a few hundred meters away, he would be able to turn around and glare at the sparrow. Not good. I've been found. On the top of a hill 1,000 meters away, a tall white man in a black suit threw away the binoculars in his hand and cursed at the communicator in front of him. Then, he quickly and methodically packed the big thing he had just assembled into the cello case. You idiot! What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't I tell you that this Chen Guang is not ordinary, and that you have to be careful? Honey Badger, don't you know me? I've never been so careful before. I was watching him with binoculars from 1,000 meters away, but just as I raised the binoculars, he suddenly jumped out of the window. I don't know what happened. Jumped out of the window? Yes, he jumped out of the window. He jumped out of the window from the 8th floor. He should be coming straight for me now. Then why aren't you running? Aren't I packing my things now? It's a distance of 1,000 meters. He won't be able to get there so quickly. It's not a straight line from where he is to where I am. There are many alleys in between. Strictly speaking, it's at least 2,000 meters. No. Fox, run. You don't know how fast he is. Can he be faster than me packing my gun? I'm a professional. I only need 30 seconds. No. Fox, you're too careless. Throw away your damn gun and run without looking back. How is that possible? This is my beloved baby. This is my brother. He's my comrade and partner. The Caucasian man named Fox expressed his feelings for his comrade to the man on the walkie-talkie as he slammed the box shut. Although Fox and the honey badger were talking nonstop, he did not slow down in packing his things. He said 30 seconds and he meant it. The honey badger said helplessly, Okay, but you should hurry up and leave. You've been exposed. Leave China first. We have to make a new plan. This $100 million is not that easy to get. No problem. Fox's hand shook, and he threw the cello box on his back. Then he exclaimed, F***CK. Damn it. What's wrong now? The honey badger asked loudly through the walkie-talkie. Fox silently picked up the walkie-talkie and stared straight ahead with eyes as sharp as a falcon's. He slowly whispered, He's here. What? 30 seconds? The honey badger on the other side of the walkie-talkie was also shocked. Fox looked at the figure in the darkness that was one size smaller than him, but he could feel the infinite pressure coming from it. Yes, 30 seconds. I have to die. Die. The honey badger on the other side asked subconsciously, but the walkie-talkie was already busy. Fox casually threw the walkie-talkie aside and tried to adjust his breathing, trying to make himself look calmer. However, his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the shock and fear in his heart. My God, a 2-kilometer journey in 30 seconds. What did this mean? It meant that Chen Guang rushed over from where he jumped out of the window at an average speed of 66 meters per second, which was 240 kilometers per hour. How was this possible? But it was true. He was going crazy. Fox thought to himself, what kind of person am I facing? Why would I be stupid enough to try to kill such a person? $100 million bounty? No matter how much money it was, he had to be alive to take it. As the trump card of the trump cards of the higher animals, and one of the top 10 killers in the world, Fox had always been known for his strong psychological quality. He almost never felt fear. Having been a professional killer for 15 years, it was not that Fox had never encountered dangerous situations. He had even safely escaped from the pursuit of more than 50 police officers. He had even had 3 guns pointed at his head at a very close distance. But he was still the one who had the last laugh. But inexplicably, looking at the dark shadow in the night, this time he could not control his emotions at all. Even though he could not see the other's eyes, Fox subconsciously felt that it must be a pair of eyes that could eat people, revealing a lingering coldness. But the strange thing was, the moment when he appeared was the moment when he let his guard down the most. Why did he not directly make a move? Who are you? As expected of Fox, even though his heart was beating wildly out of control, his tone was still very calm. There was even a hint of doubt in his tone, as if he was a camping artist who had suddenly bumped into a stranger. Coupled with the cello case on his back, it really was a little bit interesting. If it was someone else, they would definitely be fooled by him. But unfortunately, the person he was facing was Chen Guang, who had just been recognized by the whole world for his acting skills. Chen Guang, the world's #1 actor in human history, was crazily worshipped by countless performing arts practitioners all over the world. With his 3-legged cat skills, he was even more miserable than the sun monkey in front of the Buddha. Chen Guang almost laughed out loud. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Chen Guang mercilessly laughed at this miserable killer, who came to eat poisonous crabs. You really have 8 lifetimes of bad luck to fall into my hands. I really don't know you. If there's nothing else, I have to leave here. It's late at night, and the public security in China is not very good. Sir, you also have to pay more attention to your safety. Fox hid his hands behind his back, and then tried to leave from the side as if nothing had happened. I am very careful about my own safety. That's why I came here. What about you? It's a dark and windy night. A foreigner like you came to this mountain. What are you doing? Come on, make up a nice story and let me hear it. Chen Guang said with great interest. Fox's steps forward slightly paused. He vaguely had an illusion that Chen Guang seemed to be playing with him like a cat playing with a mouse. He had encountered this kind of thing before. And not just once, but in the past, it was always him who tortured and killed the targets that were targeted. In the past he played the cat, but this time he was the mouse. I don't understand what you are talking about. I am just a travel photographer. Look, this is my camera, Canon Invincible Rabbit, a very classic model. Desperate, Fox still refused to give up. He said this in a calm tone, and took out a satchel from his waist. It was a common SLR camera bag. Of course, in fact, it was not the Invincible Rabbit, but the famous M500 with a shortened barrel. Produced by Smith & Wesson, it was known as the Palm Cannon, and its power was twice that of the famous Desert Eagle. Chen Guang seemed to be unaware of the danger. He stretched out his hand to block his way and said with a grin, Invincible Rabbit? Photographer? That's a good story. So are you here to take pictures of this night scene? Fox also looked relaxed, and slightly turned his head to tidy up his satchel. Of course, the night scene of Huaxia County is very beautiful and brightly lit. This is the crystallization of modern civilization. I am committed to photographing the cultural landscape of Huaxia. Next month, I will hold my personal photography exhibition in London. At that time, photography enthusiasts throughout England will be able to have a new understanding of the civilization of Huaxia through my photography exhibition. I really like this beautiful country, and I want to introduce China's civilization to the world. Well, I really have to leave. Nice to meet you. Chen Guang couldn't help clapping at Su Tao's ability to make up stories. Great. Your story is great. But I'm not happy to meet you. On the contrary, I'm very unhappy now. As he said that, Chen Guang took a step forward and stood in front of Fox once again. This time he completely blocked his way. Fox's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Chinese, are you trying to pick a fight? If you do this again, I will call the police. In your country, your actions will bring you trouble. I am a foreigner. Chen Guang smiled brightly. All right. That's enough acting. It's a pity. If you don't die here today, you can really become an outstanding actor. The money you earn won't be less than being a killer. I really regret it. Rude Huaxia people. Shut up. I don't understand what you mean at all. Get out of my way. Fox roared angrily. Chen Guang shrugged. My ears are better than you think. My friend named Fox. Were you chatting with second brother from Africa just now? Fox's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't continue acting. My name is not Fox. Not Fox. My name is Wiseman. Also, I don't understand what you mean by second brother from Africa. Second brother from Africa is called a honey badger in China. Do you understand? Honey badgers are creatures that overestimate themselves and are not afraid of death. They even dare to take the initiative to attack lions, just like what you did this time. Chen Guang suddenly retracted the smile on his face and spoke coldly. Fox looked like he was gradually losing control. He stomped his feet and took out his phone with his left hand, pretending to make a call. You lunatic. I will call the police now. I know that the police number in China is 110. Bang! A loud sound was heard. It turned out that while he pretended to make a call with his left hand, his right hand had secretly taken out an M500 and aimed at Chen Guang's chest. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Just like how he caught the Glock bullet with 2 fingers on the plane, this time, Chen Guang used his right index finger and thumb to gently pinch the M500's 3,517 joule kinetic energy 12.7 mm magram bullet, as if he was pinching a pinch of sugar. The fox was completely dumbfounded. Although he had seen it in a video before, he knew that it could be real. But this was an M500, the king of handguns. How did he do it? Besides, if he could catch the M500 bullet at such a close distance, it seemed like the big guy in the cello case on my back couldn't do anything to him no matter how far away we were. Are you still human? Chen Guang looked at him calmly, then turned to look at the bullet in his hand. What an amazing cameraman. Can we talk now? After saying that, Chen Guang didn't give Fox a chance to talk. He kicked him in the chest with lightning speed, sending him flying. He even flew over the top of the mountain and landed on the mountain below. When Fox was kicked by Chen Guang's right foot, it was as if he had been electrocuted. All the strength in his body was instantly sucked out. He couldn't even move his fingers. Fox was floating in the air when his body trembled. Chen Guang had actually caught up to him. Chen Guang grabbed his collar with his right hand, while his left hand casually reached to the side and took out his M500. Fox screamed, "I'm falling." Chen Guang ignored him. Instead, he looked at the M500 in his hand. Your invincible rabbit looks really unique, Fox friend. Hearing the wind whistling in his ears, Fox's heart was like dead ashes. He was unwilling and wanted to struggle, but he knew that he was dead for sure. From the moment Chen Guang jumped out of the window, he had no chance. Even if he didn't waste those 30 seconds, he wouldn't be able to escape. Alright, perhaps from the moment he accepted this mission, he was destined to end up like this. Chapter 1148. The two of them continued to fall rapidly. Fox, who was familiar with the terrain here, knew that they were falling at a height of at least 10 meters, 3 stories high. If a normal person fell like this, even if they did not die, they would be left paralyzed. It would be Jesus if they could still move their fingers. However, Fox knew that Chen Guang would definitely be fine. He had jumped straight down from the 8th floor, smashed a big hole in the ground, and ran over to him as if nothing had happened. Oh right. It was a speed of 240 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as the cheetah, the fastest living creature on Earth. Flying in the air, Fox thought of another partner in the same organization as him. Well, it was the guy codenamed Cheetah. He was known for his running speed. His movements were extremely agile, and he even had the confidence to compete with Usain Bolt in short-distance outbursts. His ambush was deep and full of murderous intent. His nickname of Cheetah was well-deserved. And he was also the top killer in the entire Higher Animals organization, second only to himself. However, compared to Chen Guang, he was not even qualified to carry Chen Guang's shoes. There was a living person running twice as fast as a real cheetah. This completely violated the common sense of biology and physics. Well, that's not important anymore. What's important is how I should survive now. This thought ran through Fox's mind crazily. After his hands were stained with blood, when he suddenly fell into an incomparably desperate situation, Fox, who had thought that he was no longer afraid of death, inexplicably had a strong desire to survive. He finally vaguely understood the pain and fear of the targets who had struggled and begged for mercy under his knife. He also finally understood the unwillingness of every target who had fallen to the ground after being hit in a vital spot by his sniper rifle as they struggled to survive. Of course, his benevolent self would always quietly watch them die, and in his heart he would say, "God will forgive me." Oh right, we're about to land. Just now, when Chen Guang jumped off the building, he protected himself very well. Now he should be protecting me, right? He must want to get some useful information from me, right? Boom. Just as Fox was thinking about this, he first heard the loud sound of Chen Guang's feet stepping on the ground, and then he was still falling. Fox's eyes widened as he sucked in a deep breath. He could only see that the ground was getting closer and closer to his eyes. Before that, his feet had already hit the ground. Bursts of electric shocks began to rapidly spread from his toes. This strange sensation was even faster than the pain. Fox's ears could even hear the crunching sound of bones being crushed. His face was getting closer and closer to the soil. The fragrance of the soil assaulted his nostrils. It was very similar to the smell of the soil covering the funeral of one of his targets. I'm going to die. Just as this thought popped up in Fox's mind, he felt a strong pulling force coming from behind him. He was thankful for the excellent quality of his combat uniform. Even though his neck was almost broken by the collar, and his ribs were almost crushed, he still didn't land on his face and survived. However, this was not good news. After being kicked by Chen Guang, he had inexplicably lost all his strength. Now, at least a third of his bones were broken, so he could not hope to use any means to fight back. With a clatter, Chen Guang let go of Fox's clothes, letting him fall to the ground like a dead dog. The air was quiet for about 10 seconds before Chen Guang kicked Fox. Alright, stop pretending to be dead, Fox from Ford. F***CK. I don't make cars. Fox was about to collapse. He could clearly protect himself, but he deliberately broke all his bones just now. Now he's even making fun of me. Chen Guang squatted down and looked at this guy from top to bottom. Well, Mr. Fox, tell me the name of your organization. I already know 2 names. One is you, and the other is Second Brother from Africa. Save some time. There aren't many chances for you to say your last words. Actually, even if you don't say it, I should be able to find out who you are. Since you don't plan to let me go, why should I tell you? The fox groaned in despair. I've never seen someone interrogating a prisoner like this. You should at least give me some hope of survival, so that you can pry open my mouth. Chen Guang shrugged. If I say that I'll let you go after you confess everything, would you believe me? Fox was silent. Then he grimaced and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. I don't believe you. Chen Guang simply sat down cross-legged. That's it. So I might as well tell you directly that you're dead. But if you're honest, I can let you die a quick death. Besides, you should have seen the video of Schultz from American Airlines. Don't be afraid to tell you. I have a way to make you speak like Schultz, very relaxed and casual. You can't hide any secrets from me. Come, let's make a long story short. What's the name of your organization? I'll give you a quick death. I don't think there's any poison in your teeth. You've never failed a mission before. and you don't have the courage or preparation to commit suicide. Yes, I've never failed, but I didn't expect that my first failure would be so miserable. No, you're not miserable at all. I can see a strong smell of blood in your pupils. You must have killed a lot of people before, so it's only right that you die a violent death. Fox was silent, and his mind was in turmoil. Forget it. I'm going to die anyway. Why should I keep a secret? Let me reintroduce myself. I'm the #1 killer of the Higher Animals Organization, Fox. Chen Guang laughed. Higher Animals? Your organization's name is really unique. This is a good start. You should be feeling pain by now. After all, you've broken so many bones. Okay, let's continue. We'll speed up the pace and let you suffer a little less. Where did you get the mission and who issued the mission? The dark web. Your name is there, and every top killer can accept the mission. We don't know the information of the publisher, and we don't need to know. Chen Guang interrupted him. I know about the dark web. Your information is meaningless to me. Say something useful. You don't need to know the client's information, but you seem to be stronger than ordinary killers. So, you should know some information about the dark web, right? Who established the dark web? Where's the headquarters? Where's the database? Fox tilted his head and looked at him. Sir, do you think I'll know? Chen Guang silently stretched out his hand. Then there's no other way. Have you heard of a kind of punishment? It's called 1,000 cuts. It's to tear off a person's flesh piece by piece, but you don't let the person die. In the end, the person being interrogated will only be left with a skeleton. Then there will be a creaking sound, but he won't die. Let me tell you something else. Do you know why I'm so strong? I have a method. You foreigners call it Chinese Kung Fu. Some people believe it and some don't. But I have to tell you that it's true. When I kicked you in the chest just now, I injected my internal energy into your body, and then blocked your 7 meridians and 8 meridians. Well, you may not understand what 7 meridians and 8 meridians are, but it's basically blocking your blood flow. It's like using a plug to block your blood vessels. Of course, you won't have any strength. This method can be used to subdue you, but it can also be used to save your life. Do you want to see your own skeleton wobbling? Fox swallowed hard. I really don't know the inside story of the dark web, but our leader, Honey Badger, once told me his speculation. Don't treat me like this. I'll tell you everything. Okay, go ahead. The dark web is actually not a real organization. It's a platform built by all the killer organizations that have reached a certain level in the world. The dark web doesn't have a fixed server. Instead, it's built using the idle server resources in countless gray areas all over the world. But because it doesn't have a fixed server, it's almost impossible to destroy the website. In addition, there's no background data. The employer only posts the mission information one by one. There's no backup. Chen Guang wondered. How do you pay me? In the modern world, it's hard to keep any large cash flow completely secret, right? Sir, have you heard of Bitcoin? D*MN, you guys use Bitcoin? That's not it. The dark web uses another currency similar to Bitcoin. It can bypass all surveillance. Chen Guang shrugged. Okay, I understand. It seems that I can't get any information about the dark web and the mission issuer from you. Yes, I've told you everything I know. Chen Guang stood up, looked at his watch, and then looked down at Fox. You have 5 minutes to say your last words. Actually, it wasn't that he was soft-hearted. He also knew that villains died because they talked too much. Although this guy was a killer who came to assassinate him, his current position and appearance made him look like a villain in a movie. Giving him a chance to say his last words was actually to let him say something nice before he died. Maybe he could get more information out of this guy. The soul snatch was Chen Guang's trump card, but he used it more to bluff people. He couldn't use it easily. The last time he dealt with a weakling like Schultz, he was so tired that he fell asleep. If he used it on a well-trained killer with a strong will, Chen Guang felt that he could pass out on the spot. If he fainted, so be it. Even if someone took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack at him with a Gatling gun for half an hour, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, there were many perverted killers since ancient times. What if it wasn't enough to kill him, and wanted to kill someone else. When that happened, he wouldn't know anything. When he woke up, he would see corpses all over the place. Who could he reason with? So he tried not to use the soul snatch if possible. Mr. Chen, do I have to die? Why won't you let me go? If you let me go back alive. Chen Guang interrupted him. Are you kidding me? You came to kill me. And now you're begging me to let you go? Even if you're as weak as a rabbit in front of me, you really want to kill me? Do you think a tiger will let go of a rabbit that wants to kill it? Besides, someone should have said something similar to you before, right? Did you let them go? You only have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Hurry up. You can ask your headquarters for help, or something else. You can ask your companions to avenge you. But don't let me go. Fox was silent for a few seconds, then said, You're a madman. If I let you go or kill you, it won't change anything. Since you've already set your eyes on the 100 million bounty, of course, you won't give up easily. Even if you give up, others will take over. That's not a small number. $100 million. You can get it just by killing someone. Isn't it easy? Aren't you afraid? My companions won't let you go. They won't be as careless as me next time. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. I don't care about your threats. Do you know about the broken world? I know. Do you know that the broken world is gone? I know. But do you know who did it? Fox nodded subconsciously. I know. It's the Chinese military. Chen Guang shook his head and waved his finger. No, that's just what we said to the public. We don't want to scare you. What do you mean? To be precise, it was me. I alone. I killed them all. Chen Guang pointed at himself shamelessly. But he wasn't bragging. He was the one who did it in the punishment world. The difference was that he used the Earth Elemental Controller Right Chen's method in the punishment world. The scene was grand but not as bloody. The fox's eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't believe what Chen Guang said at all. But his subconscious told him that it was most likely true. Actually, he wasn't one of the top 10 assassins in the world in the past. His ranking was around 20. He only became one of the top 10 after the broken world was destroyed. The broken world's status in the world of assassins, and what kind of strength he had was needless to say. The destruction of the broken world had caused quite a commotion. Many people in the same profession speculated that the Chinese military had used extreme methods. After all, they didn't even hide the fact that they had crossed the border. Today, Fox finally heard the truth from Chen Guang. He was shocked and couldn't accept it. On the other side, Chen Guang continued. So feel free to let your companions take revenge. The more the better. I'll kill as many as they come. Do you want to become enemies with all the assassins in the world? Chen Guang said indifferently. It's not that I want to. It's just that I've always done it. It's just that I didn't have time to deal with you in the past. If you don't provoke me, I won't bother. Fox clenched his teeth. Why would you think that? There's no reason. I've never felt any pity for people in your profession. Since you guys rely on robbing others of their lives to earn money, you should die a violent death. Since you guys have designs on my life, because of the $100 million bounty, I can't just sit and wait for death. Fine, I won't die, but I'm annoyed. So, I hope that you guys come quickly and in large numbers. If 100 come, I'll kill 100. If 1,000 come, I'll kill 1,000. If 10,000 come, I'll kill 10,000. 100,000, a million. It doesn't make a difference to me. Chen Guang said calmly. It's best if I can kill all the assassins in one go. That way, I'll have an easier time, right? Fox sucked in a breath of cold air. You're the real butcher. In a sense, my hands are indeed stained with blood. So I don't mind taking more lives. Send a message to your headquarters. I don't care what your organization's ranking is, or how many experts you have. I only care how many people will come to die. Chen Guang's tone became more and more indifferent as he spoke. He didn't want to admit it, but after arranging the Glorious Shields operation, his mentality had become a bit off. He had been restraining the killing intent in his heart. He just wanted to focus on the matter in front of him. But his restraint had been a bit out of control on the way to Langfang County with Chu Zijin this morning. And tonight, this so-called high-level animal organization Fox had appeared in front of him. After smelling the blood on his body, he had become even more out of control. You seem to hate us, but haven't you ever thought that an assassin's life is also a life? We're just a profession that takes people's money to eliminate disasters. This is just an ordinary profession. Fox didn't know where he got his courage from, but he actually tried to defend the assassins. He suddenly felt that he was representing the entire world's assassin community, negotiating with the devil. His efforts could save the lives of countless assassins. I seem to have become noble? Chen Guang was almost amused by him. Don't you think that your words are ridiculous and laughable? I'm not a saint, and I don't have so much free time. As long as you don't provoke me, nothing will happen. But right now my name is hanging high up on the dark web. God knows how many people are getting restless. Now you're telling me that you're just an ordinary profession? Like the street cleaners? Your shamelessness really makes me gasp in amazement. Yes, every life should be a fair existence. But no one. They can easily take other people's lives for their own benefits. I abided by this principle. So even though I'm so strong that it surpasses your understanding, I didn't take the initiative to find trouble with you after destroying the broken world. This is my self-restraint. But now the situation is different. You took the initiative to find me. It was you who ignited the flames of war. It was you who opened Pandora's box. So you have to bear the consequences. Fox was incomparably sad to find that not only could he not beat him, he couldn't even win an argument with him. After listening to his words, even he felt that assassins were unforgivable. Rather than waiting for him to kill them one by one, he might as well commit suicide. Alright, I've talked enough nonsense with you. Contact your headquarters, you don't have much time left. When Chen Guang finished speaking, he turned around and no longer bothered with Su Tao. Fox looked at Chen Guang's back for about 10 seconds, and finally gave up the urge to take out the big guy from the cello case. It's no use, it's meaningless. Honey Badger, don't take revenge for me. Never accept any missions related to Chen Guang ever again. Contact our friends from Dark Shadow and Z Organization, and tell them to stay away from missions related to Chen Guang. 30 seconds later, Fox spoke into his special communication device, and left his last words in this world. Chen Guang turned back to look at him. You made the wrong decision. Chapter 1149. When Chen Guang returned to the hotel room, it was already 10 minutes later. When he came out, he left in a hurry, but when he returned, he was leisurely as if he was taking a stroll. He did not care about what the high animal Honey Badger would decide, nor could he interfere. As for what exactly the Shadow and the Z Organization that Fox mentioned just now was, it didn't make much difference to him. Just as he said two come, two die. It was as simple as that. If others dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, they had to be mentally prepared to be torn apart by the tiger. Chen Guang was never lenient towards assassin organizations, just like what he did to the broken world. Most assassin organizations were narrow-minded. They were allowed to kill others, but they were not allowed to kill their people. But this time, they ran into an iron plate, and it was their bad luck. When he passed by the hotel, a large group of people was gathered there, looking at the hole that he had made when he landed, chattering nonstop. The hole was 3 decimeters deep, and about a meter in diameter. It looked very abrupt. Chen Guang thought to himself that his posture when he accidentally went downstairs was too cool. This caused a commotion. I moved so fast, no one should have noticed me, right? He pressed down on the brim of his cap, quietly moved forward, and hid in the crowd. I'll bet you 500. Something must have fallen here just now. That's how it could make such a big hole in the floor. A hotel employee in a security uniform said excitedly. Next to him, a man in a suit rubbed his chin. Yes, that's right, but what about the thing? Where is it? Manager, don't ask me, I don't know either. I came here when the sound came, but I didn't see anything. The manager was also puzzled. He squatted down and carefully looked at the ground. Then what's going on? Is there a recording from the surveillance? Another security guard next to him shook his head. No, I didn't see anything. I just saw this place was fine, and suddenly there was a rumble. I blinked my eyes and the hole is here. The group of onlookers looked at each other in dismay. Everyone, including the manager, was at a loss. Did anyone notice that there are 2 marks in this hole? At this time, a seemingly knowledgeable old man next to him muttered. The security guard who spoke first replied, "We're not blind." The corners of the keeper's mouth twitched in embarrassment. But as expected of a scholar, he quickly composed himself. "If we want to know what caused this hole, then we should start with these 2 marks." Seeing that his words were reasonable, the others listened attentively. The keeper's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He squatted down and ran his hand over the marks on the bottom of the crater. According to my years of experience, these were 2 hard objects that struck the floor. Everyone rolled their eyes. "Aren't you just spouting nonsense? We really aren't blind." The manager couldn't stand him either. These 2 hard objects should be man-made. But the strange thing is that this security brother immediately rushed to the scene. But he didn't see anything, and there was nothing in the surveillance video. The keeper didn't seem to mind the stares. Seeing that he was starting to reason again, the crowd calmed down. With that said, the keeper stood up, arched his neck, straightened his back, and paced 2 circles. His fingers twirled, as if he were telling a fortune. Everyone saw that he was acting mysteriously, but they didn't want to disturb him, so they could only follow his gaze. After a long time, when everyone was about to get dizzy, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared at them. "I know. What do you know?" the manager and the security guard asked in unison. The keeper took a deep breath and turned his head to face the crowd. His face was solemn, and he spoke with a hint of fear in his eyes. He looked up at the sky, and then at the people around him. He lowered his voice to a whisper. "Gentlemen, have you ever considered that this place is haunted? These 2 marks are actually the footprints of a ghost." The crowd subconsciously laughed in unison, expressing their disdain for the keeper's superstitious thinking. But it didn't last more than a few seconds. The crowd's thoughts began to settle, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The smiles on their faces slowly disappeared. The security guard in charge of the surveillance camera scratched his head as he tried to recall. "I've checked the video at least 3 times, and there's nothing. Then there's this hole in the ground. Did you play the video in slow motion to examine it?" The manager's face was pale, and his hair stood on end as he asked. The man continued to scratch his head. The 3rd time I played it in slow motion frame by frame. Of the 24 frames per second, there was a blurry shadow in 2 frames but nothing else." 2 frames? The manager asked, and then began to count on his fingers. In other words, the thing hit the ground within 0.1 seconds, hit the ground, and then flew away? Although everyone felt there was something wrong with the man's analysis, they couldn't find any reason to refute it. The keeper coughed lightly, and once again focused everyone's attention on him. His voice grew darker. "Do you understand now? It's a ghost. Only a ghost can do this, slow it down and slow it down. And only a ghost can avoid being caught on camera. Manager, ever since I checked into your hotel the day before yesterday, I've had the feeling there's something wrong with the feng shui here. Now it looks like I'm right. Your crouching dragon appears to be in the middle of a dragon's cave, and has the chi of the black tortoise, but in actuality, the manager, the security guards, and the rest of the crowd were left in suspense. Actually what? When the hotel was first built, the feng shui master we had arranged for it to be like this. The keeper clapped his hands together. In fact, it looks like you have the chi of the black tortoise, but this black tortoise isn't the real arbiter of fate. It's Yin Xian. What's Yin Xian? Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. There's a positive and negative side, and the ancient gods also have positive and negative sides. The black tortoise that your hotel occupies is the dark side of the black tortoise's heart. It's not strange for ghosts to appear here. At this moment, Chen Guang, who was hiding in the crowd, could tell that this pedant wasn't a proper person. Don't be fooled by his words. But when he first mentioned the crouching dragon and the chi of the black tortoise, the onlookers assumed it was a result of divination. But Chen Guang sensed something familiar in the keeper's tone and expression. Yes, it was the smell of acting. She was like a professional actor, who had already sketched out the lines in the script, and acted with great emotion and emotion. Clearly, He was in cahoots with the other feng shui master they had hired when the hotel was first built. Echoing each other's words, their goal was to make some money from the hotel. The manager was thoroughly intimidated. "Sir, what you say makes sense, but what should we do now?" The keeper seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. He looked at the others, and the manager understood. He and the keeper turned and walked to the side. The keeper was deliberately hiding from the crowd, but he didn't know that Chen Guang had heard every word. "It's not that there isn't a way. You'll have to perform a ritual and open a few wind gates. Let the yin energy flow out and turn it into the yang energy, a true dragon. That way the problem will be solved." "Sir, I understand what you mean, but this is a serious matter. I'll have to contact the boss first." "All right, no problem. You decide. I'll be staying in Langf County for another 3 to 5 days, so make your decision as soon as possible." "Sir, where are you going?" The keeper patted the manager on the shoulder, his expression inscrutable. "Traveling the 4 seas. Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged." Chen Guang didn't intend to pay attention to these matters, but he felt his murderous aura had been too strong. He'd once thought his heart would always be as calm as a lake, unperturbed by the waves. But now it seemed that people change, especially when their status and position changed. This made him sad. The assassin's organization deserved to die, but in the past he wouldn't have been so contemptuous and dismissive of the lives of others. Assassins did deserve to die, but as the fox had said before his death, they were still people, and they had lives. Chen Guang understood that while he was talking about the equality of all living things, he had come up with an all-conquering reason to take the lives of others. It was a contradiction. Chen Guang understood that even though he was aware of the changes taking place, he couldn't control the situation. If a man could control his heart and soul in the direction he desired, then he wasn't a man, but a god. So now, Chen Guang wanted to be more grounded. How to be grounded? Exposing the scams in front of him was the only way to be grounded. Meddling in the affairs of the world would make him more human. He walked over to the manager and the keeper, took off his cap, and coughed twice. "Old gentleman, please don't pretend to be a ghost." "What kind of ghost is this?" "You're the one with a ghost in your head." The manager, on the other hand, wasn't happy. He turned to scold Chen Guang. "What do you know, kid? Damn, Mr. Chen. Why are you here?" The manager of course knew Chen Guang. Today, when Chen Guang had checked into the hotel, ensuring that he wasn't disturbed had become the highest priority of the hotel staff. That was why they'd been so nervous when they'd heard the commotion below. Chen Guang shrugged. "If I didn't come and take a look, you'd be tricked into selling your underwear." The keeper at the side seemed to be focused on swindling. He didn't recognize Chen Guang. Instead, he frowned and looked at Chen Guang with an unhappy expression. "Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I know you youngsters don't believe in feng shui, but that doesn't mean you have the right to deny the traditions of your ancestors. This Dao master is just trying to help this young friend solve his problem out of goodwill. Aren't you a bit lacking in manners by scolding people? Young man, there's no harm in reading more books. Understanding more about the traditions left behind by our ancestors is helpful in improving one's self-cultivation. Feng shui, physiognomy, and the Book of Changes are the wisdom left behind by our ancestors. They've been passed down for thousands of years, and they rely on genuine ability and knowledge, not on having a ghost in the head." Chen Guang didn't say anything. Instead, it was the manager who stared blankly at the keeper. The manager was greatly frightened. How ignorant and ill-informed was this old man to not recognize Chen Guang? Did he have to read more books? "Old man, do you know that the person standing in front of you is currently the internationally recognized master of N materials? He is a true master, unadulterated. If it weren't for the fact that among the martial artists of Jianghu, there was someone from the plainclothes sect who was truly proficient in feng shui and physiognomy, especially Taoist Song Song, who was even more famous in Jianghu. Chen Guang would have almost been tricked by this old man. Of course, the most important thing was that he knew where this hole came from. "Old man, what you say makes a lot of sense, but it's no use, because I know where this hole came from." The keeper laughed out loud. "You know?" Chen Guang nodded. That's right, I know very well. The manager at the side hesitated for a few seconds, subconsciously feeling that Chen Guang was more reliable. Mr. Chen, you should say something. Chen Guang shrugged. Are you stupid? Don't you see that right above this place is my room window? The manager nodded. That's right, I know that Mr. Chen's room is above. It's on the 8th floor, our presidential suite. Chen Guang grunted. It's good that you know. I'm not afraid of you asking me for compensation. I'll tell you directly, this hole was made by me. I jumped down and smashed it. What? As he spoke, Chen Guang didn't hide anything, but rather spoke in a loud and carefree voice. The surrounding crowd of onlookers, the manager, the security guard, and the keeper were all stupefied. Pfft, young man, are you sleepwalking? The keeper laughed out loud, and then said, This Tao master has lived for more than 60 years, and I've never heard of such a preposterous and nonsensical matter. A person jumped down from the 8th floor and smashed such a big hole in the ground, and then you're telling others that this hole was made by him? Ha 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 ha. Are you an idiot or what? If what you say is true, then this Tao master also jumped down from the 8th floor and smashed a hole like this for you. Chen Guang squinted at him with interest. Are you sure? The keeper nodded heavily. A gentleman's word. In order to swindle this hotel, he and his accomplices had painstakingly planned for half a month. Originally, they wouldn't have been so anxious, but today was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could he let it slip by? Of course he wouldn't cower. Chen Guang opened his mouth wide, forming an O shape, and then said, A promise cannot be taken back. But what if you can't do it? You'll fall to the 8th floor and become mincemeat. If I can't do it, then this Tao master will kneel on the ground and crawl like a dog, bark like a dog, all night long. The old swindler threw caution to the wind. He couldn't be exposed by this young man he didn't know. Chen Guang laughed. That's fine, old sir. Give me a minute. I'll give you a few postures. Before going upstairs, Chen Guang called out to the manager and the others. Hey, everyone, get your phones ready. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Don't mess around. Chen Guang shrugged, jumping off a building. What? Hearing this, everyone jumped in fright. However, Chen Guang's face was calm. Didn't he say he didn't believe me? Wouldn't it be fine if I just jumped again? It's like drinking soup. It's not a big deal. Later, make sure I look more handsome. It wasn't until Chen Guang went upstairs that the manager's mind reacted in a daze. He remembered a video he had watched a few days ago that had gone viral on the internet. He caught the bullet with his finger. It seemed he was for real. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.